like I need to do this, but I'm going to call the agenda review meeting to order. Ms. Bowie, will you call the roll?
Good afternoon. Melissa Mason.
Here.
Josie Barnhart.
Here.
Pat Bradford.
I am here.
Judy Justice. Dr. Tim Merrick.
Here.
David Perry.
Here.
And Pete Wildebohr.
Present.
I will entertain a motion to approve the agenda.
So moved.
Is
You
there?
don't want to do the invocation?
Oh,
First?
I'm so sorry. I would like to do the invocation, so we'll wait on that. Let's do the invocation. So sorry. Looking at two different things.
Hello, I'm Pastor Lisa Moore from Global River Church, and I'm honored to give today's invocation. Let's pray. Father God, I thank you for each one of your servants who are here in today's meeting. Your word says in Proverbs 9:10 that the fear of the Lord is the beginning of wisdom, and knowledge of the Holy One is understanding. So, Father, I pray for each person that they would both know and fear you, and thus be filled with wisdom and understanding. Holy Spirit, I invite you to come and invade their meeting with your presence, and especially with your kindness, gentleness, self-control, and peace. I pray that every person would be treated with the dignity and respect that they deserve, since they are made in the image of God. I pray, Father, that they would make wise and righteous decisions on behalf of our county and our precious children. Father, would you give them creative ideas as they work through each challenge, and give them the strategy to enable all the pieces to fit together. In closing, I pray this blessing over each person present. The Lord bless you and keep you. The Lord make his face shine upon you and be gracious to you. The Lord turn his face towards you and give you peace. In Jesus' holy name, amen.
Amen.
And I've asked Ms. Bradford to lead us in the pledge.
Pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, now I'll entertain a motion to approve the agenda.
So moved. Second.
Madam Chair,
Ms. Bradford?
I would like to add on the agenda, under old business, a recap of what happened yesterday.
Would that be under old business or under committee reports?
Old business.
Okay,
I'll second that.
okay. Any discussion? Dr. Merrick?
Yeah, I know that we have a business to attend to. We also have procedures and policies, and, this is a last-minute thing to be added to our agenda. Normally, there's a cutoff over a week ago, so this is sort of last minute. I'm not opposed to discussing it today, but I do believe it belongs in committee reports. That's absolutely. In fact, I would hope that we would get a committee report, not from us, but from the committee itself, and I think that's where it belongs.
Okay. All right, so there is a motion to put the curriculum committee basically report under, you said old business, Ms. Bradford?
I did.
All right, and there is a second. Ms. Bowie, will you call the roll on this one?
Mr. Wildebohr.
Yay.
Ms. Bradford.
Yay.
Ms. Mason.
Yes.
Ms. Barnhart.
Yes.
Dr. Merrick.
No.
And Mr. Perry.
Aye.
All right, that passes.
I make a motion to approve the amended agenda then. Second.
All right, any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? That passes 6-0. So moving on to the agenda items for the regular meeting. I've already asked Ms. Barnhart to keep the time for us. Looking at, yes, Mr.
One clarification. I think it is important at the beginning, we do point out that it is not next Tuesday, but the
This is
following Tuesday.
Yes, that is correct. Thank you for reminding that. Because of the holiday, we moved the meeting to the following week. So this is not next week, this is in 2 weeks. Thank you.
July 8th.
Yes. So, starting from the top, I'm trying to get it on both locations here. We have call to order, roll call, approval of the agenda. There was a discussion that was had with some of our ROTC individuals. So if you would be willing to speak to that, Dr. Barnes, that would be great.
Sure. A lot of times when we come into a meeting, sometimes the approval of the agenda can take a significant amount of time, just as we're working through. I would ask that the board would consider putting the presentation of colors, the invocation, presentation of colors, national anthem, and the pledge ahead of the approval of the minutes. I can't imagine anyone having a problem with approving that on the minutes, but that would allow our kids who have homework or have other stuff to do to kind of get in, do their piece, and jet, if that would be something you guys would consider.
I'd like a motion, if I can, at this point, to move the presentation of colors, national anthem, pledge, and the invocation all to before the
So
approval
moving,
agenda.
yeah, just move the approval down, yeah, second on that.
It would be easier to say move the approval agenda
Yeah,
down.
and this is this is a permanent change, correct?
Is that the will of the board? Is this a permanent change? Ms. Barnhart?
Point of clarity, Madam Chair, I believe that you have the authority to order the agenda however you'd like, so I agree with it being a permanent change. I have no qualms about this, but I don't believe this qualifies for a board vote, but I'm in favor of this, for what it's worth.
This time, I'm going to say that it's going to be a board vote simply based off the fact that we did post the agenda, and this is a change to the agenda this time. Moving forward, now that I know that the board is okay with this, I can make that adjustment. Mr. Perry?
I understand students wanting to get back, but I mean, this is a call of God, and however we understand him, this is the singing of our national anthem. This is our country and why we're here, and to not start our meeting with that seems a little off to me.
No, that's what we're trying to do. We're just for clarification, just so that I'll speak to it. Just for clarification, we're not getting rid of any of that.
You say you're moving it.
We're moving it ahead of the approval of the agenda. Because when we have the approval of the agenda, oftentimes there's a lot of discussion, and what happens is the students and the staff that are in the audience are waiting for us to get through our discussion about the approval of the agenda, and some of the students have other commitments that they need to go to, and so we're kind of delaying that with that discussion. So what we're trying to do, hang on, and then what we're trying to do is provide them the opportunity to get their service done, and then be able to go and do fulfill their other obligations. Does that make sense?
So you're basically switching
Yes.
2 and 7, or 6?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm fine.
Okay, all right. So there is a motion to move the approval of the agenda until after the pledge. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That passes 6-0. So with that in mind, Ms. Barnhart.
Madam Chair, I just want a point of clarity. If the policy chairperson would not mind picking this up in policy as well, so that it can reflect in our policy the change. So I just appreciate that. If it's going to be a permanent change, I think it should be
Putting it
reflected
in
in policy as well.
Making sure we.
Thank you.
All right, so with that change, we have the invocation, that's established, we're good with that. Presentation of colors, national anthem. Who would like to do the Pledge of Allegiance? Right now, we have Ms. Justice on there, so we can keep her there, that's fine. Okay. Ms. Bradford?
No, I was just looking ahead. It doesn't seem like minutes are attached. Am I wrong?
The minutes, not yet, no. So those are next on the list. followed by recognitions. How long do you need for recognitions? 10 minutes.
Okay.
All right, hang on. Let me write this down, and then, Mr. Perry?
Just one other thought that I had, it could be just out of conjunction or not. I hadn't heard back from Dr. Barber, I mentioned it to him. I think especially these days, sometimes we can become very disunified, and I wouldn't mind, if possible, somewhere in our meeting, being able to sing God Bless America as a group, as an audience. Because that's something that went after 9/11, brought us all together. People used to do it at ball games, seventh inning. And we need a lot more of that and a lot less bickering amongst each other. So I was hoping maybe we could squeeze that somewhere in our agenda and find maybe one of our musically inclined people to lead us in it.
There's nothing in policy that would prohibit that, correct? I just want to make sure before anything.
I'd have us sing the national anthem, but for most people it's a very difficult song to sing. So God bless America is a lot easier.
And we do have some very talented individuals that come and do the national anthem for us.
But you're not proposing switching it out for the
No, I'm just saying in addition.
In addition to.
And something that we can do together as in unison, so people actually sing.
Gotcha. Okay.
Was that a motion?
Yeah.
I'll second it.
Okay. Dr. Merrick, you had your hand up.
Yeah, I don't know whether to answer this or to go back to where we were about minutes. It seems to me that it's almost every month that we are behind on minutes and that we don't have an opportunity to, I mean, it's hard to go back 2 months to remember and write everything down. And what do we need to do to have the minutes be ready? Is there a logjam that I don't know about?
Well, I believe the minutes are ready by the meeting time. They're just not necessarily posted by the agenda review.
I will speak to that a little bit. You guys have gotten much more complex in making a motion on top of someone else's motion that rescinds someone else's motion. It is taking hours upon hours to go back and make sure they are correct. So we are spending a good amount of time trying to get there. I will tell you, if there's anything you guys can do, the complexity of your motions are a thing that is taking time.
Okay. So,
And I would speak to Mr. Perry. I kind of love the idea, but I don't know that just singing is necessarily going to bring us together. I think that we all have some pretty strong opinions, and I think they're all important, that we hear everyone's opinions. And I feel like we already have a lot of time in our meeting that is not actually meeting time. You know, it's important, recognitions, bringing the public in, but I just don't know if we need to keep stretching that farther. Sorry.
and we will be discussing that more later today. Ms. Barnhart?
I wanted to speak to my colleague's point as far as the minutes are concerned, and maybe it might be something that we can get legal counsel on, but my understanding of public records is, so the minutes are one form of it, but since also we have the YouTube live stream, that could be another form of minutes being taken, is having access to that video. And if you don't mind, Madam Chair, I'd like to ask the attorneys to speak to that. If it's not, then I'd like to have a better understanding.
That's accurate, that qualifies. Now, in the closed session part, the statute just says you have to have a general account. So, you know,
So the minutes are out there, just not documented.
You got it. I
this
mean,
format.
even if we took no written minutes, the fact that we're being
Recorded.
like that would suffice. We'd be in compliance.
Mr. Rosenborg?
Just because I want to continue to talk all of the time, but just kidding. I would disagree with my colleague. I think that every bit of our recognitions and all that is extremely important. I mean, we got to talk about the good, the bad, and the ugly, and I don't think that just, you know, and I don't mean the ugly in a really, really negative way, but I mean, I think we do, I mean, to be able to recognize and to celebrate some of the great things that not we're doing, but the school system is doing, I think is really important. And I think that for people to see that, I think is really important. So, you know, I'm just, that's my own personal opinion, but I think it is really important that we are, the school system, the kids, the teachers are doing an excellent job, and we just need to really be able to highlight that from time to time.
And to piggyback off that, and then I'll, what was I gonna say? It was there. It was there. Yeah, go ahead, Ms. Bradford.
And I will just piggyback off of what he said. I know in the beginning, years ago, I thought, that's a lot of time. And then I came to realize that this is a business meeting. We're here to do the business of the board. But if we don't recognize, I think the county does an excellent job of recognizing their people. The county manager actually comes down and shakes hands with everybody that they're recognizing. And we have really progressed over the last year in that. And if you looked at the comments that we had after last board meeting, we had fun when we did all of those presentations, and everybody could tell that it was fun. It was a completely different atmosphere in here, and I would never want to lose those. I think we should do more of them. Anytime we can recognize the staff, the employees from the castle to the to the wherever, the grease pit at the bus depot, whenever we can, we should, because it's such a huge part of what we do. And to be the second largest employer in New Hanover County and to have 3,500 staff, we need to recognize them.
So I was going to say something, and I'm going to hold it. I wrote it down so that I would remember it, because we are going to have more discussion on this later on, so I don't want to prolong that discussion. We do have a motion to add a group sing,
God Bless America.
Of God Bless America. And where did you say that was, Mr. Perry? You want to put that?
I'm open to suggestions. If you want to have it during the seventh inning stretch or something, we can do that too.
Well, I mean, if we have a motion, we need to identify where it's going to go.
Front of or behind national anthem, one of the two.
If you want to back them both up on each other?
That's it. One minute recognize the whole audience. We'll have that break, and then we'll do it as we come back.
That sounds good. I like
We'll
that.
bring everybody back and start singing.
Okay, so there is a motion to add a choral singing of God Bless America just after call to audience. Ms. Barnhart.
So I love this conversation. I think it just shows like the true intent of our colleagues' parts, but I'm also the functionality person of this. So if we have our choral individuals leave us after the national anthem, and we would like to sing, I have given my absentee notice I will not be here at the July meeting, which now I'm very much sad about. But if we are going to move it to a different part of the meeting, I would just like to know who would be leading us in the choral singing, so that is delineated, or if this is going to be an annual July meeting, which I think could be fun too.
Not it.
The functionality piece of me thinks that leaving the musical people out of it is a bad idea, but I could be wrong. I could be wrong.
All right, Mr.
Do
Wildebohr.
we have anybody?
And I've already said no. Nose goes, like I'm good. Done. Nope, not doing it. I'm not doing it.
Sorry.
Ms. Bradford.
Madam Chair, what about, look at in front of the invocation. So it'd go call to audience, roll call, God Bless America, invocation, presentation of colors, national anthem. So I've separated it, but whoever's coming to lead the singing is also going to fall in that ROTC category. They're probably not going to want to stay for the whole meeting to be here after call to audience. That would be torture.
Okay.
I'm okay with that.
Okay, so there is a motion to add God Bless America to after the roll call. I'm just going to say it that way. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right, that passes 5-1.
And Dr. Barnes, can you find us a director?
Right.
Oh, yeah, get him the thing.
I'm a little unclear. Are we singing Take Me Out to the Ball Game, or are we doing God Bless America? Got it.
All right, back on track here. So we have recognitions, administrative introductions. How long do we need for that? Ms. Geller? You're fine. How long do we need for administrative introductions? I can do that, and I can name that tune in 5. I can name that tune in 10 notes. So So which one, 5 or 10?
Probably just 10.
Okay, that's fine. All right, do we have a teacher voice individual?
I do not believe for July we do.
Okay, so we'll leave that. I don't see anything for student voice, so I'm guessing no. I mean, it is July, so that makes sense. Superintendent's report, board chair report, call to audience. And this is where now we get into kind of the meat of things as far as questions and things like that. So, under information, we have the new Hanover High School Master Plan update that we have set to take 30 minutes. Anybody have any questions?
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Bradford?
I see it's under information. Dr. Morgan, don't we need to have to vote on this at some point? Because if it's under information, we don't vote on it. But don't you need a vote from us?
I think we will need at some point, yes, ma'am.
But not necessarily 2 weeks from now.
This is just to inform you of the results from the survey and the study.
Okay, all right.
Okay. All right, continuing on to consensus items. Contract with Public Consulting Group LLC. Does anybody have any questions about that? Nope, okay. Young Scientists Academy MOU. Ms. Barnhart.
I'd like some clarity on that. It's my understanding, I would like to understand to make sure that my understanding is correct. For the Young Life Scientists Academy, we had been partnering with them, and this is just a formalized MOU so that we can continue that partnership? I don't know who would be able to speak. Okay. And so was there specific schools other than Freeman that I know they're working with?
That one will pass on.
Okay. Because I see it's a 3-year agreement, which is, I feel, atypical from our MOUs, so I just would like some clarity on that.
I will go ahead and get the clarity on which schools.
Okay. Thank you.
I'll write that down, sure.
And to be clear, this is a continuation of an MOU. This is not it's a brand-new item, right? So the attorneys have looked at it, right?
Yes, the attorneys have looked at it. And this is a new MOU. We're formalizing the agreement with the Young Scientists Academy.
Okay. All right, ESSA Title I Part A and Head Start Act. Anybody have any questions about that? Okay. And just so that everyone knows, the CFCC and Marine Science at Ashley High School MOU 2025-26, I am going to pull that separate so that we can vote for that separate. And I will be recusing myself from that. But does anybody have any questions about the CFCC and Marine Science at Ashley High School MOU? Okay. UNCW and Marine Science at Ashley High School MOU. Dr. Barrett?
Could we maybe just see if there's any concerns about any of these, maybe we could just...
Well, the reason I go through is because I don't want to have random, and that way if we're going through the list, we can make sure it's been covered, we can know what we've covered, and that way we're kind of keeping some order. Ms. Bradford?
I just realized that if you're doing this online, in parentheses it says renewed. Thank you so much. There it is. Now we don't have to wonder if it's a continuation or if it's brand new. It's right there. If you're looking online, it's not going to be on the printed version. Thank you, guys. I didn't catch that before.
All right. Contracts and, Mr. Perry.
I know, I was a little late. I was just, can we, I'm happy to vote on the, I know I should have said it something when we were on A, but will we get any report about this, the public consulting group stuff about this? Can we get, when you give a presentation or whatever, and or be able to address any data security concerns around this IEP system, if we have any? A.
That was back to A.
Yeah, I'm sorry for not bringing it up.
So the PCG is the company that built the IEP system for the state. And we use the IEP system called ECATS that the state developed, and we have to use it.
Yeah, so but we still have to sign a contract or something, or an MOU or whatever.
Okay, I'm sorry. I thought your question was about IEP data security.
Yeah, so we have to sign an MOU or a contract, even though the state the one with the contract?
So this is specific, so PCG, if we're questioning the data security around the MOU and not IEP security data, I can answer that a little bit separately. So we use PCG for Medicaid billing for the information that is already in the state system.
Okay. So can you address briefly from the part we do have a choice in, could you address any data security issues there?
No. So all of the data security measures that are required by the state are included because it is the same development from the IEP system. So all of the information, all the student information sits in the IEP system, and we use the same company to do our Medicaid billing so that everything is attached in the same. So it doesn't go into a separate database or a separate cloud.
Okay. It is cloud, though.
Yes.
That's all, sorry.
You're good. I'm just taking notes on something. So back to where we were, contracts and purchase orders. Anybody have it? Ms. Barnhart?
Oh, never mind, H is when
Okay.
I start my questions.
I will ask.
Ms. Bradford?
One of them is a roof at Carolina Beach, but the other one, it doesn't say. Is that just like going into the routine maintenance of all the roofs?
Yes, it's just annual maintenance agreement, so as issues are identified, we have a contract in place to be able to act on that.
Did you have a question, Dr. Merrick?
More just a note for the public to remind us that this has already been budgeted, this is already there, this is just letting us know of a certain size contracts that you're required to tell us, and just letting the public know that this is not something new.
All right. Child nutrition supplies. Any questions on that? Okay. Child nutrition produce contract. Ms. Barnhart?
My question is to Dr. Morgan for H-I-N-J. Many of the people who placed bid were U.S. Goods, but I noticed a few out of the country bids. So I don't know if we have a process in place to solely use like U.S. produce and contracts with food services. But I don't know if there's something to speak with that realm. Well, like I said, a lot of them say that are manufactured in the United States, but some say Chile, some say Italy, some, coming in.
I mean,
so.
that's a great question. I don't have the answer to it.
Okay.
Can do it.
I do know that's the only way some of that fruit can be delivered because they don't make it in the U.S. anymore. So I would think that might be the reason we might research that a little better, but I know that some of
I'm
that.
happy to look into it a little more too.
Ms. Bradford?
Just to point out to anyone who's interested, that's $664,000 worth of fruit that we're about to approve. That's a lot of fruit.
I love some fruit. Ms. Barnhart?
I always
Well,
like
a
these
follow-up
prices.
with that, do we use any local farmers, Dr. Morgan? And is that something that we can, work with our local food co-ops to support this initiative, healthy eating initiatives?
Yes, and I think some of them are connected with some of the larger companies as well. I know we went out and visited Lewis Farms a couple months ago and learned a lot about, and they're local. We learned a lot about the way that they partner with other distributors as well around the country. So I think a lot of it comes down to the bid process and what some of them, depending on whether or not they submit a bid or not.
Because I would love for us to be able to grow that partnership locally to support local farmers here.
Oh, sure.
And to maybe have even better impact. So that's maybe something to look into as we move forward.
Yeah, I mean, I think anytime that's an option, I think it's considered. I think it's a question of whether or not if we're bidding something out, if they're responsive and responsible and they're the lowest bidder for things. So, but I always think there's an opportunity for us to look into those partnerships and continue the discussions.
It's also a question of the USDA requirements too. The farms have to do certain things to be able to qualify to deliver to school lunches.
Okay.
And so
That's
some
right.
farms have that and some don't. It's also a question of volume. Some of them just can't get to the number of strawberries we need, kind of thing.
Well-
But I remember that one of those is specifically about the food service requirements and guidelines.
Well, and I guess where my question from the dialogue has come is if there needs to be a policy change that we can actively support local farmers, I would be in favor of that, for us to have that discussion as a board to make sure that we're doing that. So if that's something that
Sure.
you need from us,
I
I would
would
like to
check,
have
but I
that
don't
dialogue.
think we're allowed to order from farms that don't meet the requirements for school lunches.
That's true. And I think, too, we are also beholden to the state requirements for, in terms of what those requirements are as well.
Thank you for that clarity.
Child nutrition food contract, we touched, Ms. Barnhart touched upon that briefly, but does anybody have any questions about that? And the milk contract. Okay. SRO contract with NHCSO. Ms. Bradford.
Just for fun, if, maybe it's you, Dr. Morgan, or maybe Dr. Barnes, just while we're talking about SROs, I just always like to put out there how many SROs we have. And I know we get 2 of them from Wilmington. We get Safe Schools grant, but just cover how many SROs we have in the schools, please.
You want to take that one?
Yeah, I can, give me just a few minutes, I can check. I know this contract is specifically for 11.
Yeah. We have way more than that.
Yes, we do. And if you'll give me a minute, I can tell you.
Okay.
Thank you.
So we'll come back to that when Dr. Morgan is. Mr. Perry.
In regard to the contract and the next one, which is the MOU, are pretty related, so we can talk about that at the same time. Are there any substantial changes to the policy or the MOU between this time, last year and now?
For this one
Yeah.
and for K and L, are there any substantial changes to either of those contracts?
No.
Okay.
And the answer is 64. Thanks to Mary Silverstein. I should have known that.
Good point. All right. Dr. Merrick?
So on K, it looks like we helped to find a grant for $417,000, but the money basically goes to the sheriff's department, right? So is there any other way we could have used that money, or was that so conditioned that we couldn't use that? Because the sheriffs are paying for us to
It's a
have
school
SROs.
safety grant from the state. It's specific for school safety initiatives.
And only for SROs.
Well, to be honest, that is how we've applied for it. And so, yes, when we applied for that grant specifically for SROs, it has been awarded to us specifically for that use.
We've also used it for intercom upgrades and other camera upgrades as well in the past.
Okay. That's what I'm looking for. It sounds like, you know, the SROs actually come out of the sheriff's budget ultimately. And so when we get a grant, I would love it if we could use it and let the sheriffs get paid for the SROs, if you follow my logic. So each year, we write that grant each year?
It's every 2 years, I believe. Does that sound right? It's every year? I think, well, this specifically was funded for 2 years, but it's renewed each year.
But we have done a variety of different things with it.
I would love to, yeah, see that something that comes back to our schools next time.
And I'll also remind the board too, the county commissioners also approved a $1 million safety initiative as well. That's for safe and civil schools and for upgrades at the four traditional high schools.
So what I was trying to get in before we got into something else, as Mr. Silverstein pointed out, there's 2 separate grants. So the things that Dr. Barnes is pointing out, that was for equipment. The SRO grant is specifically for that, and that's what I was saying previously. That's the only reason we've applied for it is because it's awarded for that purpose. But they are part of the same submission, so we've submitted them at the same time.
My recommendation simply is that next year when we write them for a way that we can use and still get someone else to bring us our SROs. Fair?
Fair.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Perry?
And this is a general thing, since I'm new to the board, so do you believe that getting our school resource officers through the sheriffs in Wilmington are the best and most safest option for our students, or how would they compare for us hiring a private security firm?
Can we ask Mr. Silverstein?
Well, I'll speak to that. Part of this is a cooperative agreement with the sheriff's department. If we employed those people ourselves, they wouldn't have the same authority that the sheriff's department would have in regards to charging folks tickets, things like that we want the sheriff's department for. If we're going to trespass someone, or if someone is on school grounds illegally, having an SRO there is much more secure. It also streamlines the communication between us and the sheriff's department, the DA's office, all those together work collaboratively together.
And just, if we were to hire from outside of that, one, it would cost us money, one, we don't have, but two, wouldn't we also have to have some additional insurance on those individuals?
I haven't looked into that, but I would assume that would be the case.
Right, so, I mean, overall, one, it's going to be a cost that's more than we can, but what we're trying to do is just create these relationships with the government agencies, and I think that this is a really positive relationship that the district has. No, I know, I'm just saying, I think that this is a very positive relationship that the district has with the sheriff's office, so I think that's part of it.
I have heard complaints from members of the community who don't think that we are getting the best and brightest from the Hanover County Sheriff. This is from the community. I have no personal knowledge of this.
Well, and I don't see any evidence of that. I've found very great relationships with the sheriff's department. I talk with Major Smith, I talk with the sheriff, not constantly, but very frequently, and I've been happy with the service we've been providing.
Mr. Report?
And to echo that, I've talked to several of the SROs. Some of them, most of them go above and beyond. A lot of them go well above and beyond. I mean, the kids, just love them. They learn from them. So it's just a great relationship overall. I'm not
I would say, based on personal experience from having worked with them in high schools for decades, they're usually among my favorite group of people to have in the building. They're very supportive. They're very willing to offer suggestions. It's all about, I agree, it's all about the relationship, but I think if you approach that relationship as your resource, I used to always tell them, you can do your job without me, but I really can't do mine without you. And so what can we do to make sure that we're working well together for the safety of the staff and students? So I would say that partnership is incredibly valuable.
Okay, well, thank you for letting me know as a new board member.
M, renewing Board of Elections usage agreement. Ms. Barnhart?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Looking at our school calendar, we will be in session for the municipal election. So this is, again, I believe you, Dr. Morgan, or maybe Dr. Barnes, are all of these facilities that we have for polling places, separate voting sites, a separate entrance for voting sites while we are in school session, so that we don't have individuals potentially just open access to our schools.
Yes.
Okay.
I think there's 12 on that municipal election day, and they'll have separate entrances set up so that they will not be mixing in with students or staff.
Okay, and this is something I've said before, I'm happy to engage in conversations with you and the Board of Elections to see if there are potentially alternative sites so that we are not having the opportunity for potential concern on election day cycles. We've discussed potentially calendars as well, but
I do know they have among their list, I'm not sure if you're seeing that, but among their list they've got another dozen places that they have listed as well.
Mhm.
But I understand what you're getting at. I just wanted to say, I know for the municipal elections, they're limited the number of schools that they're using. And
that's good to hear. Thank
And
you.
we also will continue to make sure that schools are not in session on national election days.
Thank you.
Ms. Bradford?
That was my concern. I think it's been within the last 2 years that we had a major complaint of a voter just wandering the halls of a school. So somehow they got access into the school, and that's what Ms. Barnhart and I are pretty rabid against. So, whatever we can do to make sure that doesn't ever happen again.
Dr. Merrick?
I share the concerns of having unvetted public in our schools. I think also it's worth noting that I think it's actually a wonderful civic lesson for our students to know that this is happening, that this is something that adults do, and they go out and they cast their votes, and they do their civic responsibility to choose their government. So if there's a way that we can keep it safe, I'd like having it in the schools.
2025 budget amendments. Anybody have any questions? We have a request, Ms. Sutton, for you to go through the 2025 budget amendments.
So the first amendment is to the state budget. It's amendment number 3, and we're making that adjustment because we've received some additional revisions from the state. And so I've got listed in that paragraph the big areas where we've seen some increases. So it's increases and decreases. It's going both ways. But the increase, one was related to school safety grant. We received $411,576. That was actually the SRO grant. So we knew we were getting the money, and we've just been waiting for that money to come in so that we could move the expenses from local over to state to use that up, because that was the plan for that money. We also received $12,000 for the Stop Arm Camera. That, once again, that's a grant that we applied for through the state, and we received $12,000 for that. We received an additional $701,000 for children with disabilities. Once again, we were anticipating that money come in. We were just waiting for the state to release it, so we've received that now. We received $76,000 for homeless and foster children transportation. This is also another area that we were able to apply for. The state's released an application, so if we had children that we were providing this service for, there was additional funding if we applied, and so we did, and we received that funding. We received $272,000 for children with disability funds as an additional allotment. Once again, we had planned for to receive the money, just waiting for it to come in. And then the biggest adjustment that you'll see is the reduction related to the AI pilot that the board chose not to move forward with, so the state took those funds back, so we had to make that adjustment on our budget side. And then we received a small additional amount for behavior support, $7,656 you see there. And so that's it for the state budget amendment. Do we have questions about that before I move to local?
So the safety grant was a positive, the Stop Arm was a positive, the children with disabilities was a positive, homeless and foster children transportation was a positive.
The two negatives were the reduction to the AI pilot, and I apologize, I misspoke. The behavior support was a little bit less than what we had budgeted would come in.
So that's almost $3.8 million in negatives. Thank you.
But also, too, those positives aren't new money coming in, that's money repaying that we already paid for.
Right.
Closer to 3.1, that's right.
I'm sorry?
It's closer to 3.1 than 3.8 of the reduction, because it's only 7,000 behavioral support. So when you add
Oh, you're right, you're right. Good catch.
85,000.
You're right,
And
good.
7,000 is closer to 3.1 reduction.
The local current expense amendment that you'll see, that net, looking at all of the changes together, the net amount is 0. And so what that is that's us moving within our local budget. So we did have some lapsed salaries during the year, and we were making some adjustments to cover local supplements were higher than we originally budgeted for. So we're just making that adjustment to not have any overages by program. And so that's what you're seeing there. But the net impact to local was a 0 change. Any questions related to that? And you'll see those similar things will happen when I'll bring another budget amendment in August, because we're still working on closing out the year, so you'll see something similar to that again in August. Then for the federal amendment, this is also the third amendment for federal, and you'll see here that this is recording on our budget several different things. Once again, you'll see several increases here. The pre-K, children with disabilities, was one area where we received some additional funding and that we have been waiting for, $67,000 approximately. A small increase to Title I budgets, $35,000 approximately. Children with disabilities targeted assistance, you'll see is $36,000, and that's also an area where we apply for additional funding, and that's for certain students that we have enrolled, and so we applied and received that funding for those students. Children with disabilities pre-K targeted assistance, $6,400. Once again, we applied for that for a particular student and received that funding. Language acquisitions, $20,000. That's the last allocation for that program for the year. The overall children with disabilities, the last allocation for that program for this year was $170,000. So that's it for our federal amendment. Any questions related to that one?
But again, these were all things that we anticipated and now they're in.
Yes, ma'am. So we don't budget those until the funding actually comes from DPI, but we have it in our budget plan.
Okay.
And we just are paying for those expenses with local until the state releases the money so we can actually move the expenses and use that federal. The capital outlay, you've seen some amendments through the year. We've had several of those. So we're actually on budget amendment 5 for capital. And the biggest thing that you see in this area, DPI actually allocated funding for a replacement of 18 buses. So the funding is there. We've gone ahead and ordered those buses. We haven't received the buses yet, so this will actually carry over into next year. We'll make the actual payment once we receive buses. But I wanted to go ahead and get that budgeted here. So this is actually an increase. We didn't have this originally planned. We applied for those replacement buses and we received that funding from DPI. And we also had some savings, so we also have a decrease there related to some lottery projects where we had savings in projects. So how that works is we do final reporting related lottery projects, and once we do that, DPI pulls that lottery money back from those projects, and it goes back in the big pot for us to use for other future projects. So that amount went back to lottery. Any questions about capital? Mr. Perry?
The buses, are we in need of more buses?
Yes,
or
sir.
Of existing ones, or is this part of the electric bus move?
No, these are just replacing high mileage buses, and I don't know, Dr. Morgan, if you have anything to add to that?
No, I think you're right. I think it's just on a rotation, they're replacing buses.
The older, high mileage buses.
Okay, great.
And they have to meet that certain criteria to be eligible for replacement through this program.
Thank you.
And I know our bus drivers will definitely appreciate that for sure.
Well, I think it's wonderful seeing 2.8 million coming in for capital because we've talked about how can we secure more funding for capital from the state, and this is a great way to do it. So kudos to the staff for getting that done.
For child nutrition, this is actually the first budget amendment for that fund. They have a little bit more food sales than they had originally anticipated going into this last quarter, so we wanted to get that budgeted. And then also we had decided this year we were going to charge them for indirect costs, and so they hadn't set up that indirect cost line item in their budget yet, so this will set that up for them. And then the last fund is our other restricted revenue fund, and that is the third budget amendment this year for that area. You'll see here the bigger items are, and I say bigger, it's actually all of those items make up that dollar difference. CTE actually sold some equipment during the auction sale, so we are budgeting for CTE that $2,600 you see there. We received an additional reimbursement from Medicaid administration, this $1,700. That is a little bit more than we had budgeted there. Medicaid direct reimbursement, $341,878. That is also in addition to the budget that we had in place, because the Medicaid and Medicare reimbursement, it varies. Like, it's harder to estimate that. And so normally what we do, and if you remember in the budget process, we collect the money this year and then we budget and spend it in the following year. So that if I didn't receive everything I was anticipating receiving by the end of this year, I would need to adjust next year's budget. So we have that built into next year's budget already. CTE agricultural grant was received, so our CTE area applied for a $100,000 grant, and they received that, and they're using that for 2 greenhouses. And I can't remember the schools where those greenhouses are off the top of my head, but Holly Shelter and Rolling Rice. So they'll be getting greenhouses at those schools. So we're working on that. Ogden Elementary PTA provided a donation for playground equipment. So that's the $8,200 increase you see there. We're also partnering with Cape Fear Community College. They actually have a summer career academy program, and this isn't the first year we've done this. We've been doing this for several years. However, this year, because most of the people that are participating or helping out with this academy are our employees, they've asked if we would be willing to pay the employees for them. So we have an estimate here of what we think the payroll cost is going to be. And so what we'll do is we'll budget this, and then we will bill Cape Fear for those charges, and then we'll reimburse ourselves. So that's what that budget is going to be used for. We also received quarterly funding from the New Hanover County PEG grant. So this goes to our TV studio. And this is about the amount we get every quarter, and as we have needs in the TV studio, they can use this funding. And we budget this as it comes in, because once again, that it's usually a smaller amount, as you see here, about $6,200, but because it varies, I budget as it comes in, and they spend the money after it's received. So they don't spend until the money actually comes in. Does that make sense? And then we have community use funding that's also come in during the year that we needed to budget for the schools. So this is anytime activities are happening at the school, part of the charge for using the facilities is to reimburse schools for custodial supplies and custodial help. So this is budgeting that for the schools to use for next year.
Dr. Merrick has a question for you.
Yes.
I'm so sorry. It might just be one of those wonderful coincidences, but that number, 46,342, is exactly what the Summer Career Academy was. Is there maybe a different number that's supposed to be plugged in there?
Let me look.
I mean, I love it when the universe does that and just makes it all special, but...
It's probably not. So hold on, let me look here. It is a little different. It was a transposition on my number. Good catch. The community use number should be 46,637. So 637 instead of that 342. My apologies for that.
No worries. Thank you.
And then we also are having summer camps this year for art. And so we're collecting the fees from the parents to provide that summer camp. And so we've collected $24,769 for the summer camp. And so that'll be used to pay for that program over the summer. And technology equipment repair fees are also charged, and we've collected $837 that will be budgeted to reimburse technology for the expenses that they incurred in repairing that equipment. Any questions?
Ms. Bernhardt.
So just to recap the additional funding that we were not planning on that we received, we got an additional $2.8 million for the capital for the buses. And then under the unrestricted funds, the $1,777 was an additional from the estimate we were anticipating,
Yes.
as well as the $341,000 was additional from the estimate for Medicaid reimbursement?
Yes.
There's two, okay, and then the CTE grant for.
No.
Okay,
So the 371,000, we've already budgeted in next year's budget. And so that it's not in this year's budget, but we incorporated, we have an estimate in next year's budget. I don't remember exactly what we estimated. It might have been like 500,000 in next year's budget. But I am anticipating additional funding. This will carry over and be used for next year's budget.
So that is in addition to the 500,000 that we were
No,
estimating?
this is
That is
part of the
actual.
500,000 I was anticipating. Does that make sense?
Yes.
With
Okay.
with Medicaid money, we're careful not to spend it until it gets here, because sometimes it shows up at all different times.
Yes, from 25 years ago. I'm exaggerating a little bit. But then the CTE grant, the 100,000, was a new fund received that we got.
Yes,
Where did
based-
that come from? From the state grant?
So, yep, so that came from DPI as well. There was an application, and, Dr. Hamilton, if you, yeah, but, so once again, there was an opportunity to apply for a grant, and we certainly did that, and we received it, so.
Shout out to our CTE
We wouldn't
department. Good
have
job.
moved forward with those greenhouses without the grant, so
Wonderful.
that would help fund that.
Ms. Bradford?
And on recapping, just going back, when the DPI had allocated, they reduced their allocations of the $3 million for the AI pilot. Had you budgeted that? Were you?
I did. I had that budgeted, so if the contract was approved, we'd be able to just move forward. So then that's why I'm having to reverse it out.
Thank you.
Just want to make it clear, every year we hear a story about a district in the state who has to go back to the county commissioners and look for more funding because they can't balance their books. There's a story about that out there right now. There was a question about one specific number, and you had the exact number in your notes. I just want to remind you that she knows this budget to the penny, which is incredible.
Yeah.
So just kudos to you for keeping me out of prison.
Any other questions? Okay. Continuing policy. Policy Chair, Mr. Wildebohr, how long do you think you need?
Yes, ma'am. Well, we have several. Most of these have little just changes in wording, adding a couple letters on a something at the bottom, cross-reference. There are, I would say, to my thinking, there probably are three that are pretty substantial: 2210, 2330, and 4150. So I would imagine we probably need at least 15 minutes to talk.
15?
You think that's good? I'm looking over that. Say 15.
All right, 15.
No, 50.
Sir?
Yeah, kidding. We'll love you here now.
No, none of that. Ms. Bradford?
Do we have, no, down below the 1720, 4030, and 7235 Title IX non-discrimination on the basis of sex, did the attorneys have something for us on that today in open session? There's some things that have changed or something, no, did I make that up? Because that's on the budget, the agenda for July in 2 weeks, that policy. We've kicked that thing around a while, but it's still there. It's been kicked down the road, but it's still there. So has something changed that we would then need to know that by this vote?
For the last policy meeting, was that discussed?
Isn't this a holdover from
I
last
think this
meeting?
is a carryover
It's a
from last
holdover
month.
from June
I think we
3rd.
put it back. That was the reason it's back on there. It's coming back to me now. I can't recall what the discussion about that was, though, but I can look and figure it out between
I
now and
think
then.
this is a continuation of the conversation about if you say sex, it includes, pregnancy, it includes gender, roles, it includes all those things. When you talk about harassment and discrimination, anything is covered by the name sex. The question was whether or not we needed to remove certain words or not.
And I think the discussion on that, my recollection is for time purposes, we balanced that back.
Yeah.
Right, correct.
So has anything changed in the last month that we need to look at that for? Just be ready in 2 weeks.
I mean,
I haven't seen anything through the NCSB. It wasn't one of the three
policies that I was going to be looking at following that last policy meeting. There's 3 that I was going to study for y'all.
Okay.
Now, there was a Supreme Court case out last week on transgender issues that may or may not impact Title IX going forward. But we, again, haven't gotten guidance from the School Board Association on how that changes things, if at all, yet. But the
Case number one,
Scrimetti versus United States.
Ms. Barnhart, did you have anything? Yes, I did. I know there's been a lot of discussion with the school assignment policy 4150, and like you know, Madam Chair, I won't be here at our regular board meeting, and so I just wanted to make clarity, because when I was looking over the MOUs for both our cooperative innovative high schools and our pre-K programs, there are weights that we utilize to show preference, and they're outlined by the state. And so in here, I see the caveat, and I appreciate the policy committee putting that in there, and 4150. This does not include the cooperative innovative high school programs, but I think there was a lot of question as far as the details of a lottery, but we do have student criteria process in place currently, and so if this is saying that we are changing to a lottery, I do think we should look at pre-K and make sure that that gets addressed too, because my understanding is all of our NC pre-K slots are servicing high-risk, high-need students, and so I just want to make sure that we're not going to be jeopardizing anything in that area as well. And then my other question around that is about lottery assignments and slots, if there's an opportunity to expand any of those so we can serve more students. And so I'm just putting it out there now because I won't be able to add that to the discussion in 2 weeks from now.
Mr. Perry?
Now, I would like to address the 4150 briefly, just to take into consideration my colleague to the left's comments just then. And I think that this is something, that we're going to have further discussion on as far as other, but I think this is a good change as far as getting rid of the weights for now, and we can still have a discussion later as to, what it should, whether you should have hardships and what the hardship should be. And we can also, again, discuss, what about the high school programs and all that. And so I imagine we're going to be bringing it back to policy for further consideration, but I think for now, I think we all pretty much uniformly decided that what we're proposing now is a good first start.
Mr. Wildmore?
And I was just going to mention real quickly that I had a situation between President and my left, and she let me know, which I didn't realize, so that was my fault, but that there's no sibling clarification for the high school. Yeah, because that is, yeah, right.
So there's no sibling exception.
Right.
For
I actually had somebody that came and said, my other child's in, I feel like we got a denial, and I said, oh, and I
thought there was a
very good.
grandfather
I stepped
issue.
back and said, let me investigate, and I sent it on.
Only the non-traditional.
Because that's rubric-based, the non-cooperative, that doesn't sound right. The innovative cooperative high schools have their own rubric basis for that. I'm going to ask Julie as well to email specifically to the board a copy of all of the procedures for enrollment. And I would just ask the board to make sure they've reviewed those so they have a clear understanding of what our current policies are. Just because it's very complex, there's a lot in there.
And I do have to say that Ms. Farnham did an excellent job and said, hey, let me talk to the person directly, so kudos to her.
Ms. Barnhart, did you have anything else?
Yes, I did. And as far as speaking to that, I know this says no weights, but my understanding was the siblings would still be grandfathered in. And so I guess there's some clarity from my end as well. I also had sent to my comments to the policy committee to consider, should we be making exceptions if you're zoned for a failing school? And should they have a higher priority to get into a choice school if they want? I think these are considerations that we should openly discuss and consider when we're offering different choice options, to say, why are we offering them? And are we trying to do so in an event to elevate the educational environment for our students? And I think if a child is currently zoned for a failing school and a parent wants a different option to keep them in the public school, I think that we should consider that as something to potentially
grandfather in a preferential treatment. I don't believe that that's a lottery if you have a weight. And so I think we need to be more clear to say, are we going to have a list of criteria of things that you automatically get into one of these schools? If we do, are we going to consider, do we allow students who have outward behavior issues? Do we allow them to be accepted? I mean, there are lots of things that we should be considering if we're going to have a criteria. And so I would look forward to seeing that not only for the high school portions of the rubric, but also our elementary schools to see how that looks moving forward, because I think it's going to be an interesting conversation.
The student assignment plan and enrollment handbook that I will share with you has all of the hardship guidelines that have been board determined over the past several years. It also includes the timely attendance and behavior standards for open choice and for maintaining open choice. Okay. And then it also clarifies which privileges are intact by which schools, and sibling privilege is intact for every school except for our cooperative innovative high schools that are rubric based by individual student, as Dr. Barnes explained.
Dr. Merritt?
And there was some confusion about it last time when we talked. When we began this conversation around, is it a lottery or is it a needs-based or some hybrid? And I had said that I want to find a way to give a benefit to our educators, that they would have some weighting that would allow them maybe a better chance to get in. We need to give our educators every leg up that we possibly can. And so again, I don't know how you have a hybrid of lottery and weighting. So I'm eager to see someone solve this for me.
Go for it.
So employee benefit is also explained in the handbook that I will share. It's in your board newsletter, but I will send it to you separately. It explains employee benefit and the assigned schools, but there's also the employee hardship option where employees can request a hardship assignment, and the standard for employees receiving a hardship assignment and the standard for a non-employee are different. So a non-employee must show that a substantial hardship in order that cannot be accomplished or cannot be accommodated in any other way other than the transfer. An employee only needs to show an inconvenience. So employee hardships, I handle those continuously and constantly, but it'll explain that our year-round schools are not considered in the employee hardship piece. But if you work at one of those schools, then you have employee benefit. It's very complicated.
Yeah. Thank you, though, for the clarification.
Okay. Anything else? Okay. We have nothing under old business. Under new business, we have a discussion of NCSBA masterclass, and I have to apologize to board members. I had a document, and I forgot I had the document. I just sent it to you guys. I sent it to Crystal for it to be posted online, but NCSBA is offering some master classes for trainings for board members, and it can be anything from ethics to policy to any number of things. And so I wanted us to kind of consider the possibility of participating in some of those. Look at that, they already have it up. They're fantastic. But I did send this to board members, and it will be posted on the agenda once the agenda is posted for the public to be able to see as well. But they have multiple options, and we can get credits, and we can get, I guess, like awards. So just something to consider. And really, I didn't figure it would take much longer than 10 minutes. So, Mr. Perry.
I know I asked this earlier, do any of these options include Robert's Rules training?
So there is a multitude, and you'll be able to read through some of those options, but there's a list of different courses that we can take. Some of them, I mean, like I said, it's anything from working together to policy making to, the different things that we have to do, the different rules that we have. So there's a lot of options, but I wanted the board to be able to consider some of those. So I sent that to you, and again, my apologies for not doing that sooner. That was on me. Ms. Bradford.
Remind us what our educational requirements are per year. Does anyone know?
So it is we have to have 2 hours of ethics training every 2 years, and 12 hours of training every 2 years. Is it 2 years or 1 year? 2 years. Is that? Okay.
Madam Chair?
Ms.
if I may,
Barnhart.
You and I had a conversation about just different opportunities that we could create for the board, and so this spawned from this, is we had a conversation with some of the NCSBA directors of just opportunities that we could create to work together through some things, and so we were able to compile a list of things that we could say, these might be interest for us to work together and do some of these trainings, because many of us come from very different backgrounds, and so the only opportunities we have to come together are usually broadcast, live stream, and media's here, and so this is just a way to bring that forward. So thank you for bringing that to us. Yep.
Next on the list, we had an individual offer to do Title VI training. Because they're not on the list of individuals that we have that are already pre-approved, they're not under NCSBA or Callan, we're bringing it forward to the board. And it is my understanding that I believe the attorneys have more information about it. So.
Can you remind us what that is?
Okay, the former board attorney, Jonathan Vogel, has put out a series of seminars on Title VI and their updates, and we feel the board would benefit from such an update, and it would also count, I think, as your hourly class if the board so chooses. So he laid out the options of doing a webinar, which is much cheaper because he wouldn't have to travel to and forth, or he offered to come here and do it in person, but I think the expenses, the additional 6 or 7 hours that would be involved with that might not be palatable for the board.
So it's something for us to consider, think about, mull over in the next couple weeks. And Mr. Wiltmore.
I have a question that sparks something. We used to have to do Title IX training to be able to have the Title IX hearings. We haven't heard about that recently. I don't know if we don't have to do that anymore, or if you guys maybe could look into that, whether we have to continue to, we haven't done it in the last 2 years.
We
so.
certainly can look into that. I wrote down to identify all the requirements of the various CLEs for board members, so we have that on hand for you guys.
Thanks, sir.
And I would remind board members that the Callan offers, it's like a 30-minute or 45-minute training. Like there's one Friday. I don't even remember what the topic is, but I found those to be very helpful, and I'm accruing them to these hours because they count, because they're an approved training source for us. And I'm hoping to rack up my hours so I don't have to do any travel.
Okay. So we'll definitely have more discussion on all of this in 2 weeks. But the next thing on there is the 2025-26 board meeting schedule. So this is the proposed meeting schedule. There are some different caveats and some things that we have to consider. There's some things that are set in stone, but I wanted to kind of present this to the board so that everyone has an awareness of some of these concerns, exceptions, and then that we as a board can wholly decide what we would like to do for alternatives. So that's what that is for us to consider. I didn't figure that would take much more than 5 minutes either.
So we need to be ready on that in 2 weeks.
So yes, everyone needs to be ready on that and on the NCSBA discussion for the master class. Next is the superintendent's listening tour, which we have for 5 minutes. But also, Dr. Barnes, if you could address the discussion we had about the town hall.
Sure. You guys have policy that states you're going to do 3 town halls in a year. I've already set myself up to do a listening tour with the public in the summer. Last year, obviously, I met with all of the staff throughout the beginning of the summer and beginning of the school year. I'm going to recreate and do that again, but I want to add in the opportunity to speak to staff and the public in a forum like this. If you want that to take the place of your town hall, it's a great opportunity. I want to talk to them about strategic plan. I want to talk to them about my goals for next year, the direction the school system's going. If you wanted to make that a part of what I was doing, you could certainly come and be a part of that if that wanted to be something you wouldn't have to do yet another thing on your own. I will have them for you for the July 8th meeting.
And do we need a vote on that next week? When we need to vote?
I would say yes.
Okay.
I mean, I'm going to do them anyway. I think your vote will be
You're-
whether or not you
The
want,
question
yeah.
is, do we want to substitute that for some of the town halls?
Correct.
And those were so much more
They were so
effective
beneficial,
than
yeah.
the town hall model, so, yeah.
You both simultaneously put your hand up, Dr. Barrett.
So we have in policy that we need to hold, what, 3 town halls per year. So if I understand you, Dr. Brown, you're saying, are you recommending that we could use your listening tour as one of our town halls?
You've only had 2 in the 2024-2025 school year. So I know it'll be in July, but if you wanted to use this one as the jumping off point to close out your 24-25 school year.
All for it. Thank you.
Mr. Perry?
If we're still on a new business, I don't know if this would come under correspondence or new business, but that's why I'm mentioning it now, just in case. At our last regular meeting, there had been a last-second edition of a letter that Ms. Barnhart wanted us to approve, and since I hadn't read it, I voted against it. But I've read it now, and I think it's great. So I was wondering if we could add a vote on that to either new business or to correspondence, whatever is better.
I mean, I wouldn't probably put it under new business as it was something that was already previously discussed. If it was going to go anywhere, I would say probably correspondence. But at that point, there's nothing to vote on. And I believe at this point, it's been a month since that letter was sent. Will of the board. Ms. Bradford?
Is there any reason why we can't go back and amend today's agenda and do it today?
We do have a pretty full agenda, and I'm actually going to make
I
some...
mean, it's a kind of a timely thing, and if we wait another 2 weeks, it's kind of like old eggs. But
I think if we have a supermajority, we can make it rather quickly.
I would move that we add it to the agenda, and it'd take longer than we've already talked now to do it, just to add it.
Okay. Under
Old business?
Okay. So there's a motion to add the letter from Dr. Barnes under old business.
I'll second it.
Okay. All those, Dr. Merrick.
I see we've already a couple times today been a little bit what I would consider fast and loose about putting stuff on the agenda. I have been chastised in the past and told, no, the time has gone by for putting something new on the agenda. And I recognize that sometimes we have things that we do want to put on the agenda last minute. I'm not arguing against it, straight up, but I want to remind this group that we should probably be a little bit more judicious about, if we're going to have rules about putting things on the agenda, we should stick to it, or expect that there's going to be some pushback.
Ms. Barnhart.
I hear what my colleague is bringing to attention. However, when it's the majority of the board having a conversation to amend the agenda, that is the purpose of the governing body. So I do want to caution us, I say, playing fast and loose when we are bringing it to attention of everybody. This was something that I wanted to do last month, and did not come to consensus. So it's something that I support. I think it's outdated, but I do support it. I'm glad that Dr. Barnes stood up for our students and stood up for our staff in an event that was not any of our own fault. We were told we have to test on technology, and when an issue arises, to be openly communicating with the organization that we expect to work with us while we're doing everything they've asked. And so I mean, I support this, and I don't think there's anything wrong to bring it to attention, so for what it's worth.
Okay. So there is a motion to add the letter to old business. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That passes 6-0. And then, so depending on how long we take today in closed session, we will keep closed session on there. Personnel report, we would need closed session anyways tomorrow, 2 weeks. Okay, not tomorrow, sorry. So personnel report, correspondence, announcements, and adjournment. Ms. Barnhart, what is our time?
We are at 3 hours and 20 minutes without a closed session, Madam Chair.
Is that including a break?
No. So 3 hours and 25 minutes if we include a break.
Okay.
Ms. Mayor?
Yes, Mr. Wilbur?
I'd like to make a motion. We have a great group of young people over here. They're waiting patiently. They're here now and ready to go. I have checked, and they would. So I would like to make a motion that we allow the turnaround task force, the former turnaround task force, I'll be corrected to speak to us before
We go into
the closed session.
Second.
Yeah, I was actually thinking the same thing, so great minds think alike, Dr. Barnes.
Can I ask that we also add the early learning facilitator presentation as well?
Sure.
C
After
and
that.
D.
Okay,
You
so
can't
we're
make that
wanting to,
I mean, I can, I'm just asking you to amend your motion.
Oh, I'll amend the motion, yes. What he
for
said,
C
no.
and D to be before closed session so that these individuals can
continue to second.
do their presentations and get out the door and aren't waiting on us. So,
Is D then C first? Is that?
D then C, yes. All right, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? That passes 6-0. Come on up.
Come on up.
Well, he needs a mic. A mic and a clicker.
Here, do my
Do we
mic.
have a microphone for him?
You don't need a mic?
Just so that the public can hear you too. We want to make sure that they can hear you as well.
Around, you've been stop.
Just wandering around. Got the microphone.
Yes, stand right in the middle of the room.
Okay. We good?
Yes.
Okay. Good afternoon. Thanks for moving me up. My name's Scott Wisnett. I'm with the, what was known as the Turnaround Task Force. First of all, I want to thank this body here for allowing the Turnaround Task Force to do its work. We've gotten tremendous support from almost every one of you here. I've been to one or more meetings, and y'all have been very attentive and very supportive of that and encouraged us to move forward with our work. And so it's with great pleasure I bring you a sort of an end of task force report, but with an eye toward looking at the future going forward. We were founded by Stephanie Walker, who's right here now, County Commissioner, and formerly one of you all, 2 years ago to look at what Steph and I talked about as probably the biggest issue facing our schools. And so it was 2 years ago this month. They had 21 members from the community, education, nonprofit, business. And we're looking at the disparity among schools within this district. We were formed as a board advisory committee, so we were kind of under the jurisdiction of this body right here. And our goals were to figure out what the problem was, what led to it, what's an overall response to it, what are individual tactics to get to that response, how much would it cost, and then where would you get the funding. The problem is the most pronounced disparity of any school district in North Carolina. I mean, there's 1,505 elementary schools. We have the third highest achieving school in our county. We have the third from the bottom. There are other schools clustered at either end, and that's something we need to fix. Now, for turnaround task force purposes, a public school in the New Hampshire County system, majority minority populations, so more than 50% minority, and at least 50% of the students receiving free reduced lunch. You see a list of schools there that fit the criteria. Gregory, we had to bend a little bit because Gregory is a special situation. It's a disparity within the school of the immersion program and the rest of the school. The rest of the school looks a lot like the schools we're trying to turn around. This is I'm going to go into this a little bit more. These are our 5 primary pillars. This is what Elevate Every Child is what we became. I'll talk more about that in a little bit. But these are the pillars that are driving the work that we're doing. And essentially what we're saying here is, if we could get every kid coming to school at kindergarten at grade level, have them reading by 3rd grade, have a positive experience in every classroom at every school, which is another way of saying teachers understand trauma and understand how to meet them where they are. If we can get them to see a future when they graduate, either enlist, enroll,
are employed. So they see the point of high school in later years, and they see a future. And then later, we've added, we remove community barriers that are keeping them from getting there. If we could do those things, we've reformed not only these 10 or 12 turnaround schools, we've reformed the whole school district. And we've made it probably one of the best, if not the best, in North Carolina. So I want to talk about early education. There's been a lot said about that in the last couple of weeks. A couple of studies I want to bring your attention. The Darien study in Chapel Hill, 50 years ago, they have monitored these kids who did get preschool and who did not. And they found at age 21, they're a lot more likely to attain educational goals, less likely to be teen parents or report depression. At age 30, you start to get into, they're more likely to hold bachelor's degree. They're 6 times less likely to have received public assistance for at least 10% of that period. Then you get to age 35, you start to get into health outcomes, likely to have high blood pressure or coronary heart disease. The males have lower instances of hypertension or obesity. So that's in Chapel Hill, a 50-year look back. In Ypsilanti, Michigan, there was the Perry Project found that for every dollar invested, $7 was returned to the community. That's probably a low estimate based on what others that you'll see. This one looks at the children of the kids who were part of this project, the preschool kids. And they are far more likely to be born to married parents, 17 points less likely to have been suspended, and you see 26 percentage points more likely to be employed, 8 percentage points less likely to be divorced, and the children of the male participants, 18 points less likely to have been arrested through young adulthood. I don't think you would find a community that regretted investing in early education. Now here we don't have good data on who's been to preschool and who has not, so it's hard for us to get good statistics on how successful the preschool is, but we're trying to get that data. We also know kindergarten readiness is tested at all the kindergartens, but it's not tested, the word I hear a lot from the staff is fidelity. They don't do it very consistently, so you get some outcomes that don't make common sense. However, it tracks higher ratio of unprepared students are attending lower than I expect. Now, within this, our group, Jay Morrow is starts leading national facilitator. We're trying to answer some of these questions. We surveyed of preschool-age kids whose kids were not in preschool, and they were almost all very low income. What was interesting is 82% said preschool was important, but they had barriers trying to get enrolled. They couldn't get the information they needed. They got, somehow they got frustrated and gave up. So we know we need to get people in the field who can help people enroll into preschool and meet people where they are. They need transportation and after-hours care. We got to be able to define quality preschool so we understand what that means. We need to be able to define what kindergarten readiness means, probably in the time it takes to run up these stairs out here. That's simple and that concise. The kindergarten teachers we've talked to will tell you it's not about academics. They don't care if they can tell you where they live or can identify colors. It's about, are they socially ready? They'll tell you that the kids who didn't go to preschool are the ones who don't know how to play on the playground. They don't know how to sit still. They don't know how to take in a lesson. It's about socialization for the most part. As we do this, we're going to have to pay preschool teachers more. They typically make a wage that's embarrassing. And as that becomes more, then the overall cost of operating one becomes more. So if that gets passed on to the enrollees, we've got to be able to subsidize or scholarship them so they're able to afford it. And this needs to include transportation and after-school programs. If the school day ends at 2:30, we really haven't done much to help a lot of these parents who are having to work. On the flip side of that, if we can solve that problem, think how many, not just women, but primarily women, we will release to the workforce if we could take care of their kids long enough for them to do a shift.
And then, I'm sorry, I just want to make sure that the public's aware and also the board's aware that preschool pay, teachers at preschool in schools, they are paid the same salary as teachers, and then there is no enrollment fee for parents who participate in.
Right, that's a
in
function of the
public school
private
programs.
system.
I just want to make sure
Dr.
we
Barnes.
clarify
Yeah,
that
yeah.
that's a private.
That's a function of the private system.
Thank you.
Yeah, when they attend a public school, the teacher's paid like a public school teacher. And frankly, our recommendation would be that all preschool teachers at least make what public school teachers make. If we were able to do that, that would radicalize the preschool system in this county, and you would have people from all over the state, if not the region, applying to come here. Now, if you're able to add, say, 500 kids, we don't, as I said, we don't know exactly how many we can add. Where do you put them? I'm pleased Dr. Barnes and I are on the same page as far as using existing schools with classrooms there whenever you can. It's a great way to do it. Other communities have done this, and that's typically what they've done. They've used the schools that they have. But these are questions we're trying to solve. We hope to have at least a preliminary grant or planning grant put together by this fall that would lead to a bigger ask. And this is, without question, the most important of the goals I'm going to talk about right here. We've got to fix this. I'm not going to go into research for all these goals. If you need research that reading at third grade is beneficial, let me know and I'll get you some. What we've done on literacy is the literacy coach that came from the previous administration is a great program. If it were up to us, we might have staggered more of them into schools of need and not spread them to every school. That being said, this is a very good program. Full service community school at Freeman was funded by the endowment also. That is a program at Freeman that allows the school day to be longer for some kids and they get more instruction. They only used it for like 30 kids, but the third graders, fourth graders, and fifth graders were like 10%, 14%, 17% percentage points improvement on their interim reading scores during the year. It worked fabulously. I hope y'all can get more information on that in and of itself. They also did a much better job of engaging with parents, and they had a 600% increase in parent engagement with their specialty nights at Freeman. So we hope that program grows in its second year. The Freedom Schools just started at over at Communities and Schools over at Gregory. Those are schools primarily aimed for minorities for self-esteem, but it also is math and English, and those kids do better. They were able to double the capacity through a grant with the endowment. So those are things that we've done. In the future, we'd like to replicate successful reading programs that have been done elsewhere and maybe look at some other ways to get some more structured tutoring. Positive culture, Julie Varnum, who's been our primary liaison, is fantastic on this subject, and she can tell you more than I can. But we've already accomplished the CPI reforming behavior training, which is a way of saying helping teachers understand trauma-related behavior in their classroom. This district has funded a Leader in Me program at Snipes that can start next year. That's going to focus those kids on that leadership program and sort of, well, yeah, it's going to raise the culture there. And we've also worked with our vendors at the county and Coastal Horizons to reduce wait time for mental health services, and that was accomplished. Safe and Civil Schools is not even pending. It's underway right now, and Julie tells me that the teachers are very excited. This is, if you look, Ogden, Masonmore, Wrightsville Beach are in the top 2 percentile in the state of North Carolina as far as 1,505 elementary. Our top 12 schools are within the top 18%. If you look in the salmon colored over there, these are the percent that are passing those end of grade tests. A lot of 90s, high 80s, okay? If you look at the bottom, there's 4 schools that are below the 10th percentile, and one, like I said, is third from the bottom. And less than 10% of those students are passing third grade reading and fifth grade reading, and some other very low scores. This is all happening within the second smallest landmass county in North Carolina. That's why the discrepancy. Look at it a different way. If you group the top 12 schools, compare them to the bottom 6, and bottom 6 is almost a quarter of their elementary schools, the gap in average score on, or average pass rate for end of grade is astounding. At the middle school, the same thing happens. We've got 6 schools at the 70th percentile or higher, and then Williston's at the 11th. It's not as pronounced at the high school level because schools eventually start merging after a while into the same, but still New Hanover lags the others. When we talk about race, we're really talking about poverty, generally speaking, although race is a predictor of poverty. But the scores come to us in terms of racial, so that's what I go with. And if you look at the individual racial scores by each end of grade test,
and then look how blacks compare to whites. They're not within 46 percentage points of whites on any of the elementary school tests. Same thing happens at the middle school level, and a little less pronounced at the high school level. The Hispanic column to the right is not much better. So we're leaving our minority kids behind in our schools, and particularly some schools more than others. I want you to pay particular attention to this. This is racial breakdown of each test at each school. So I can tell you that at Ogden Elementary, 97% of the white kids passed the math test, whereas at Freeman, 15% of the black kids passed the same test. Same kind of thing happens in reading there. I've circled third grade reading. You're up in the 80s on those 3 schools, and then there's 4 schools down there that are, one's less than 10%, others are right at it. I want you to look at that. Well, there's a lot of blanks in there, and that's because our schools are so segregated that there's not enough black kids at those schools to even have a subgroup that's statistically significant. And on the flip side, there's not enough white kids at some of these other schools to have a significant subgroup. However, at Masonboro, there is a group of Hispanic kids. And Masonboro, I believe we said, was 11th in the state overall. How are those Hispanic kids passing the third grade math at 93% of them, when they do poorly so many other places and other minority kids do so poorly? That's open for debate, but I submit to you that when you have a school where the overall majority is focused on learning, they're not having to deal with large amounts of trauma in the classroom, and they've got parents and a community that supports overwhelmingly the school, and teachers are allowed to just teach and not have to deal with some of the other things, kids will learn anywhere. If we could get to a situation where all kids could be in that situation, I think you'd start to see those kinds of performances. So do we fund our potential? That's the question that should be asked. Could we be doing more? The North Carolina Public School Forum has a metric for measuring how much taxable real estate wealth per student versus how much local revenue per student is allocated. And you'll see in Hanover County, and this is before the most recent budget, obviously, this is the year before, it's ranked 82nd out of 100 counties in terms of funding effort for where they use. Now, if you look over to the right, there's the top 10 counties, and you see Guilford, well, Wake and Mecklenburg are right around where New Hanover is, but Guilford, Forsyth, and Cumberland are funding a lot more. But if you remember, and I showed you how they ranked on end of grade, they did much worse than us. I have a theory there. I have a theory that these counties didn't get serious about funding their schools until they got really bad, which is not a really good strategy to follow. And then you look at some of our regional counties. Now, some smaller counties will come out better in this metric because there's some fixed cost every county has to do, and so that will end up taking more of a smaller county's budget, and so they'll come out looking ahead. But, you know, Bladen's at 12th, Columbus is 36th, Onslow 14th. But we have the ability to fund more based on the wealth of our county. And with that, I will thank you for your time and certainly take any questions you may have about anything I've shown you.
Okay, the old committee has been reconstituted as a new committee, and then there's a new committee. So you've got 2 committees going at the same time, right?
The old committee, Turnaround Task Force, is now Elevate Every Child.
Uh-huh.
We always had 4 pillars. 4 committees. What we've done is taken 2 of those pillars and said, all right, school system, run with that. Literacy and positive culture, you run with that. We're not going to have a committee on there. We're still going to have a preschool committee or pre-K. Still going to have a postgraduate committee, those 2. But we added a 3rd subcommittee, which is committee connections.
And then my second part would be the funding. How are you funded? When you say we got a grant, how did you get a grant? Are you in competition with us to the endowment? We're applying for a grant in the endowment. You're applying for a grant in the endowment. Explain that part.
Well, sort of a royal we. Some of that was the school board, the school system getting those grants. Some of it was communities and schools, like with full service community schools. Communities and schools got that with the grantor. Same with the Freedom Schools. They were the grantor. In fact, they were also the applicant for Friends of Public Schools. So different agencies that are eligible. We are not eligible as an entity to apply. for granting. And if we may one day down the road become a 501c3, or we may apply through another nonprofit, such as community schools. The 26 literacy coaches was something that this school system got through the endowment. So I didn't delineate which agency was the actual funder. I just sort of lumped it in as an overall part of our overall effort.
So my second question would be, the 42 positions that we're asking the endowment for now, can you help us with that? Can you all help us with that? And we've been asking entities for endorsing our ask.
Yes, the endowment attends all of our overall meetings and our subcommittee meetings, and they've heard us say over and over again, we need more adults in the building. So I'd be glad to write a letter if that would help. Whatever, on behalf of the committee, whatever would help do officially, but they know where we stand, that, yeah, we've got to have these people.
Those letters help.
Well, I'll be glad to do
Letters
that.
and emails help.
David Stegall, who y'all probably met by now, is now the education director at the endowment. He's been very responsive. We've met with him one-on-one, as have all of you all. And we've made it clear that, yeah, they got to have that. And if, like those behavioral health specialists that we decide, if it comes that way, that's just as good as any other way. So, and that's right now is the way that's on the table. So yeah, we would definitely support that.
Cool. We kind of need that now. Thank you.
Mr. Perry?
Hi, I have one question about, when you mentioned the racial disparity and you said, wow, it's really, I was just wondering if you had statistics on how many of our low-performing students are single-parent families where they simply just don't have enough time because they're single parents working to spend with their child in order, for them to be successful.
The data is not listed that way. The people at this table will tell you better than I can, it's way over half in the schools we're talking about. Is that, Julie, Robin, that sounds about right, the percent of single-parent families in these high-poverty schools. We don't have any data per se. I know many years ago they did a survey at Williston, how many of them had a father in the room, in the home, and it was less than 10%. That was several years ago.
Back when we got Head Start stats, it was listed there. It was eye-opening.
If you're suggesting that's part of the problem, you're exactly right. That is part of the problem. Our position is we've got the kid in front of us. We got to meet the kid where that kid is. Now, I will say also that the principals and the people we work with at these schools will tell us those parents try a lot harder than they get credit for. They are working multiple jobs. They want to be part of the kids' education, but sometimes it's not physically possible given what they have to do to keep the house running. So I think they get overall a bad rap for their parenting when in fact they're trying. It's much harder on them than it was for my wife and I to raise our daughter. We add each other.
Thank you. Yeah, I agree with you 100%. This was not to disparage single parent families. They are doing as good a job, but not better job. They just have to be probably overwhelmed.
Other questions or comments from the board? Again, thank y'all for y'all's support on this. Sorry, did you have one?
Dr. Merritt and then Mr. Wilbur.
So I'm trying to follow along with how you and where you can get the data to make all of this make sense. But I noticed from your data that a lot of the schools that are majority minority also have the highest number of free and reduced lunches. And it seems to me there's a really clear overlap between racial makeup and economic circumstance.
At one time, I actually did a chart comparing ranking free reduced lunch to grade performance. It's almost a one-to-one correlation. Yeah, that's the real issue.
Yeah,
it's not. No one's suggesting there's something biological inherent in what causes this. It is the poverty that comes. I am suggesting that historically race has been a predictor.
Mr. Wilbur, and then we kind of need to, because we have a very lengthy rest of our meeting, I want to kind of...
Well, I just want to thank you personally and everybody that's here from the committee. They did an excellent job, and I won't say did, continue to do an excellent job. So I thank you for all your hard work.
If you'll indulge me a moment, Mike Pretty is a retired school superintendent. He's on our committee. You know Steph Walker. Chris Furr is tried to retire 8 or 9 times from y'all.
Keep bringing it back. Come on
assistant
back.
principal. And then the other is my wife, Celia Rivenbark, who is not part of this, but she came to support me. So they're here to support.
Thank you all.
Thank you so
Thank
much.
you, guys. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, all of you.
All right. Now the early literacy facilitator presentation.
Comes the head elf.
Yeah, it is. I know. How can I go after that, right? Good afternoon. Thank you guys so much for giving us the opportunity to talk about our first year of implementation with our early literacy facilitators. You just heard from Scott a little bit about how we are working to address that issue of illiteracy and the challenge and the barriers that our students and community faces when it comes to that. And so I just wanted to give you a reminder about what our endowment grant included. It's $8.7 million over 3 years. It funds 2 pre-K teachers and teacher assistants and 26 early literacy facilitators to support pre-K through 3rd grade. And this really works in tandem with our strategic plan goal, which I know you all know at heart. I try to make sure anybody who comes in contact with me knows at heart that we are working to have 90% of our 3rd graders reading at or above grade level. But this works in partnership with the endowment education pillar focus. And I really want to just call out what they say, right? That they say that they want to invest in innovative learning opportunities to ensure all students in New Hanover County have access to quality education. And that really is the goal of our early literacy program with our literacy facilitators. As you heard Scott mention, 3rd grade is that hinge point of success that we all kind of look at and think about, because we know that in order for our students to be successful in the community, to be successful adults, that they have to be literate. And that really, 3rd grade is really kind of a culmination of that. And so we know that if 3rd graders are proficient readers, that they are more likely to graduate from high school, that they're more likely to be college and career ready. And so we want to make sure that that happens for our students. And we know, I know everyone in this room knows and deeply believes that that is possible in New Hanover County for our students. And so our early literacy facilitators play an important role in that. So
that 3rd grade transition really is about kids switching from learning to read to reading to learn. And that's that critical, pivotal point.
Absolutely. And so these were our expected milestones. I'm going to walk us through those milestones today so that you can see how we've addressed each of those in our endowment agreement. So just so you can see too, our first and foremost was just making sure that we have early literacy facilitators in that spot. We have 25 of 26 positions currently hired. The one open position right now is pre-K, and that we had someone in that position and they resigned to take a different opportunity in another district. And so we were sad to lose her, but we're working, and the pre-K team's working diligently to fill that position. Our literacy facilitators have to participate in ongoing professional development. We have to look at our literacy data, collect it, analyze it, but more importantly, utilize it to improve our instruction. And then part of the way that we're monitoring that is these fall and spring learning walks that we completed at every single school. And then I also just want to let you know those 2 pre-K teachers and teacher assistants, they were housed at Johnson Pre-K, and we got to see them this year, and they're just precious, and so we're glad to have, and that's 30 additional students that we're able to serve because of that. So when we thought about professional development for our early literacy facilitators, we knew that this is a brand new position. We wanted to make sure that we all came in with the same set of skills and the same goals and mindset. And so one of the things that we do is we have monthly professional development sessions for them. They come together, we come together collectively as a group. We're completing a course that was designed by the Florida Center for Reading Research, which is just kind of the end-all be-all for reading research across the nation. And so along with a nonprofit organization called Excel in Ed. We're completing this Fundamentals of Literacy coaching course in person. It includes 6 modules. We completed 3 modules this year. And you can see it focused on building a positive, fostering a positive culture, having effective PD and support skills, and then collecting data to inform our professional learning. Our literacy facilitators also, in tandem in those monthly meetings, were also digging deeper into our curriculums because, right, they are supposed to be the person on site that's supporting our teachers because we know it doesn't matter what curriculum we have, there's no perfect curriculum, and that each school faces unique challenges to success. And so they need to learn how to adapt and be flexible to meet the unique needs of their student population. And so our literacy facilitators engaged in curriculum studies and teachbacks. We actually would practice modeling because they were the ones who were going in and being asked to go do model lessons. And so we said, we need a space for you to learn and to feel confident in the curriculum because they haven't taught every grade level, every lesson, right? So we wanted to provide that. But that also provided this nice opportunity for us to practice giving feedback and support in the moment. So we were able to do that in real time, which was really good. We also had our literacy facilitators participate in weekly virtual professional learning communities. And this was an opportunity for them to come together with other schools who are like demographic as them. Because we know, if you're sitting at a high performing school or a low performing schools, the challenges you face, you want to have a partner in that work, right? You're not alone in that. So each week they were able to meet virtually with schools that were similarly demographic as them and talk through the learning that we did in our monthly meeting and the challenges that they were facing. And this honestly built collaboration, it's building trust among our literacy facilitators, and it's really creating that nice community where we're sharing. So if something's working at Snipes, we don't want to hold that back from another school. So it gave us more space to do that. The other thing, the way that we were kind of checking ourselves and monitoring progress was learning walks. And this was really exciting, but took a lot of time and work. So schools participated in learning walks 2 times across the school year, one in the fall and one in the spring. And this first year, our learning walks were really focused on getting to know your school, your students, and your building. It was kind of like our baseline data. So what are each of our schools doing really well? And then what are the unique needs that they have? And so in the fall, along with the principal, the AP, the literacy facilitator, and members of our central office staff, we visited all pre-K through 3rd grade classrooms. We saw every single one of them. And we saw so many good things, and we got to say, at your school, these are the things that you're doing really well, and here's kind of our next steps for improvement. And then we went back in the spring, and in the spring we asked schools to say, what is a challenge that you're facing, and let's give you feedback on that. So schools were working to address some of the areas that we identified from the fall, and we wanted to go back and return and look back at that issue and give them feedback on their progress. So we developed a walkthrough tool. We did not want our walkthrough tool to focus on curriculum compliance because we want schools to be flexible, right? And say, what is it that my students need, my community needs? So we looked at instructional delivery. And we look to see, is our literacy instruction, is it explicit? Is it systematic? Is it scaffolded? And are we providing corrective feedback? And then in the same vein, we looked at student engagement. Are students engaged in the learning? Now this is gonna line up really nice with our CHAMPS. I just came from CHAMPS training. I'm so pumped and excited. I cannot wait, Julie. I have so many ideas and that I can't wait for us to collaborate on. But so we used this tool to guide our walkthroughs, and it was really helpful. We kind of identified what it looked like in each of those areas, and I think it helped build our literacy facilitator skills and observations, our administrator skills on what to look for effective literacy too. On the right-hand side of that screen, you'll see the feedback form that we did, and in the fall, not only did we identify their goals and their next steps, but we also identified goals for their DIBEL scores. So we said, here's where your school currently is. We looked at their historical data, and we said, where do you hope to be at middle of the year and end of the year? It was just kind of a way for us to check in on that progress. Like I said, some of the things that we identified in that fall that were strengths across the district is we're giving systematic instruction. Our learning is building from simple to complex. And so our students are getting rigorous instruction, but we're starting with those necessary skills first. Also, our students are engaged. Our students are participating in learning, and they're ready to learn. The area that we saw as the biggest need for us to focus on was explicit instruction. So when we're teaching new skills, are we clear and direct with that presentation of information? And then do we provide modeling and visual supports and scaffolds for our differentiated learners? So, like I said, we went back in the spring. These were some areas that we provided schools feedback. It's not an exhaustive list, but we gave feedback around explicit teaching, routines and pacing to support strong instruction, utilizing our middle of the year data to address student needs. And then we also looked at interventions, right? So if students are not successful, what are we doing to intervene? We went back and we revisited the goals that they set at beginning of the year. We checked in with their progress, and then we gave them feedback and next steps for their focus area. So one of the other things, I feel like my transitions here are weird because I'm just going from like those points, but so stop me at any point. I'm talking fast. So one of the other things that we wanted to do with our literacy facilitators in this first year and beyond is we want to monitor how they're spending their time, because we want to make sure we're spending our time on the right things. And we know that every month that's going to look different depending on the time of year, right? Beginning of the year, they were doing a lot of other support, just helping teachers get set up in classrooms and things like that. But what I've done is every month, they complete a monthly reflection for me. They have this nice little graph that you see on the screen. That's created for them as they log their time across the month. And then I've collected that to see collectively where our group is spending time. I was really pleased at the end of this year to see where we're spending our time. So the majority of our time was spent leading and supporting professional learning communities. And they should, right? That is where teachers are planning meaningful instruction, and so we want to make sure that they are in those meetings and supporting our teachers as they plan and think about the needs of their students. The number 2 spot was co-teaching, and that's really what we wanted to see our literacy facilitators do this year. We want our teachers to know that they have a partner in this work, that teaching reading is hard. If it was easy, we would be at 90%, guys. Like, we have, in Hanover County, we have done all the things. We've been leaders in science of reading training. We have strong curriculums and support. We have teachers who are dedicated to the work. But this work is still challenging, right? You put a bunch of 8-year-olds in front of you who have different personalities and attention spans. This work is hard. So our literacy facilitators co-taught with them. And then the other category really encompassed a lot of things. You just heard me talk about science of reading training. We still have teachers who are completing the letters course. Every year, new teachers come in. We make sure that they get that letters training. But that takes an immense amount of time for our teachers to do that learning. So one of the things that we did this year, our early literacy facilitators, we asked them to cover the class of the teachers who were completing letters. So we said, go let that teacher have an hour once a week to take in their letters learning, right? I don't want you doing it at home when you just have some extra time, because this learning is so important to us. And so the literacy facilitators covered their class, but guess what? That also really helped our literacy facilitators. They got to teach lessons and get more confident in their skills when someone wasn't watching them, right? And so I think that was really helpful. They also have been, we got some new intervention tools, they've been utilizing those, and then they've supported our DIBELS testing as well. So they've been in classrooms with teachers and students partnering alongside them. As we go across this year, one of the important things we need to make sure that we have time for is analyzing our literacy data too, right? And so we can monitor instruction, but we need to make sure that the instruction we're giving is making a positive impact on our students. So we created literacy profiles, which we've been doing across our district for the last couple years. So after every benchmark, we deep dive into our data, we break it down, we identify our needs, we identify where we're proficient, and we plan next steps to improve our instruction. So we just did our end of year data one, and I'm really excited for us to utilize that at the beginning of the year. Now, I couldn't come here and not share some of our literacy data with you guys. And so at the end of this school year, our K-3 overall DIBELS proficiency is at 70%. Yeah, right? Like, we're proud of that. And I think that it's important to kind of even break that down even further. That means that we've increased by 18% from the beginning of the year to the end of the year. Yes.
Explain DIBELS to the people who don't know.
Thank you so much. So DIBELS is our reading screener. It's a universal screener that's given to every K-3 student, and it checks to see if what category they kind of end up on. Are they at risk for reading failure, or are they not at risk for reading failure? And teachers can complete these assessments one-on-one with the students. So I also think it's important, we can look at 70% and think about all the things we didn't do, but I also think it's important to like name the kids that changed over the course of this year. So by the end of the year, we had over 1,200 more students who were at or above grade level, so not at risk for reading failure. Also, I took a look at our highest risk, our students who come in and they're red on DIBELS, so they're the most at risk for reading failure. And we moved 887 students out of the red.
Wow.
And that is wonderful.
Yes.
Like, we're so proud of that. The other thing that I looked at that's not on here is, you know, our strategic goal is 90%. We had 11 complete grade levels across our district who were at 90%. And then we looked at the teachers and how many teachers have 90% of their students proficient. We had 70 teachers who had 90%. And so we want to keep calling this out because that number is only going to grow, guys, right? It's only going to grow, but I think it's important to drill it down a little bit more. This compares our district data, our K-3 data combined, to the national and state data. We don't have the end of year national and state data yet. That probably won't come out until, honestly, maybe closer to September. But you can see New Hanover County is in that blue, that we're above the national and state averages for beginning of the year and middle of the year. And then this breaks it down by grade level. And so you can see in the blue is the national averages. In the purple, it's the state averages. And in the yellow, it's our district. Now, again, they don't have end-of-year data there, but what I want you to see is that New Hanover County is above the national and state for beginning and middle of the year in every grade level. Third grade is tough. We realize that. We are working to problem solve that, but it is not just tough for us. That's not a New Hanover County only problem.
Correct.
It is across the state and the nation.
Does that number include the retakes for third grade?
It does include our reading retained students who are technically in fourth grade, and so that number becomes a little skewed. So we're proud to see that growth. And I really want to point out our second grade because they are leaving at 70%. And I want to say we have not hit the 70s since pre-COVID. And we should be proud of that. Second grade is tough to grow. They grew them. And then the last aspect that I really just want to point out for our literacy facilitators that we've been working to support them with is family engagement. We want to make sure that we're connecting with our families, that we are helping address the unique needs of the community, of the schools that they serve. And we did this in a number of ways, and I just want to highlight a couple things. One of the best things we learned about this year was an event that Pine Valley has done historically. It's called Showtime, and they invite families to come in the morning for students to showcase their work. And so this year, Pine Valley invited their families to come, and they had 450 visitors show up. And those kids were sharing their writing. They were reading books with their families. They were showing them what they do in foundations. Like, it was really exciting. But Pine Valley, this just shows the collaborativeness of our group. Pine Valley shared that idea with us. Many of our schools changed their parents' event to match that. They said, oh my gosh, we invite families to come at night and nobody comes. But you know, when they're dropping their kids off at school, they'll show up, they'll eat breakfast with them, they'll have that time. So one example that I just wanted to highlight was Carolina Beach. Carolina Beach typically had about 20 families show up for their events every time. They switched to kind of this student-led conference Showtime model, and they had 289 families show up out of 394. I mean, just amazing. And that just came from that. And, you know, it was just that literacy facilitator having the time and space to go, oh, let's make that change for our school, right? What can we do to get our families more engaged in that? And it goes beyond just Showtime. They're sending, you can see they're doing a parent PD. So at Rachel Freeman, they did, how can you reinforce foundational skills at home, right? Like, how can you take what your child's learning at school and do it at home? And then there's been newsletters. They're sending out newsletters. They're sending them out in English and Spanish, depending on what they need. And they're holding family workshops to equip and empower our families. Because, you know, I think the other thing we need to make sure we uplift is that we cannot do this work alone, right? It has to be in partnership with our community and our families to support that literacy growth. And I'm going to end just with this. I'm not going to read any of these, but just for you guys, hopefully feel good moments. We asked the teachers who were working with our literacy facilitators about their support. And we said, you know, what could you tell us about that position? And one of the things that I hope you see is kind of the through line in the feedback teachers provided is that teachers felt supported with their literacy facilitator. They were able to dig deeper into their literacy data and curriculum more so than ever, and they felt like they had a partner in this work, and that's exactly why we created this position, for our schools to have a partner. So that is it, but happy to answer any questions.
So board members, I'll nab you in a second, but just in the interest of time, we want to keep this brief. We do have a lot of things to cover in closed, and we still have about an hour and a half of stuff to do after closed to make sure that we stay under that 4-hour time frame. Ms. Barnhart and then Ms. Bradford.
So really quick, I love seeing this data. Good job. Kudos to all of our staff. As we're sharing this out with the endowment, what I'd love to see for the year 1, 2, 3, it's kindergartners now, next year their first grade, next year second, to see that growth and delineation from the groups themselves. I know it's different instructors, but to see that. So I'm sure you're already on it.
We've got
but
that.
in addition to the middle and end year, I want to see that growth of the 3-year, but to see 1,200 students increase, that's phenomenal. Awesome. Thank you.
Ms. Bradford?
Yeah, and I'm loving this data. And a county commissioner asked me maybe 2 weeks ago, you know, they kind of implied that the ELF program wasn't working because we hadn't spent all the money. And I said, wait a minute, it's a 3-year. And correct me if I'm wrong, but we got the grant, but it took a while to ramp up. So my question to you is, you just got the end of year data, and we're seeing that. But is that a 12-month window, or is it more like an 8-month window?
It's really like a 7 to 8 month window.
So next year, when we
Yes.
have 12 months, it's going to be radically better.
Absolutely, and I think that just brings up a good point, is that this is a 3-year grant, and that was a 3-year grant for a very specific purpose. We knew we could not change this data in 1 year. It has to take it is going to take us longer to do that.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Yeah, no, thank you.
I'm blown away with not only what you've been able to do, but your enthusiasm for it. Just want to thank all the teachers and the facilitators.
Absolutely, that is who we are most thankful for. They're doing the hard work every day.
Ms. Bradford, super fast.
In case she didn't introduce herself, this is Maureen Hill, Elementary Reading Curriculum Specialist.
I never do that, so thank you. Thank you, guys.
Thank you so much. All right. Thank you. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? We are in closed. We do not have a lot of time, board members, so we do not really have time for a break. by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That passes 6-0. Because we do have a limited amount of time and about an hour and a half's worth of things still yet to cover, by my estimation, I would like to see if we can condense or perhaps shorten some of the discussions that we do have, because I think that, and I don't think I'm alone in this, I think that it's vitally important that we address the pre-K budget update. So I
would move that we take A and move it till next month. I mean, we had part of that today.
We did have part of that today. Is there a second for that?
Second.
Okay. For discussion purposes, as quickly as possible, Mr. Perry.
I think we can recommend it for graduation.
Is that timely, Dr. Barnes?
I can literally do it in 1 minute.
So I don't know if we need to move that one. The longer ones are the ones that I'm more concerned about. Dr. Merrick?
Yeah, based on time and based on the hurriedness that we had earlier put it on, I recommend that we table our discussion of the book Stamped and put it on the agenda for our next regular board meeting.
Okay, so we currently have a motion to table or to move the discussion for board business to next month. So let's go with that first. That would be August. So let's go with that first. All those in favor of tabling that until August signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? That passes. Write that down. So that gives us about 10 extra minutes. Woohoo! And Dr. Merrick, you had a suggestion. Was there a motion?
Yes, I did move to table the discussion on Stamped until our regular board meeting on July 8th.
All right. Is there a second for that?
I will second it, although I think we could probably have a brief, I know Ms. Barnhart will not be here 2 weeks, and I know like weeks from now, and that she would like to comment upon that. So I would be open to being able to talk, give her input for a minute or two on the record, but I don't think we could, I'm for tabling the vote until 2 weeks, just because I don't think my mind's going to be changed, but I think we need to give the community the opportunity to weigh in before we actually vote.
Okay, so there is a motion to table the discussion of the curriculum committee's decision until the regular meeting. Ms. Bowie, will you call the roll for that?
Mr. Perry?
Aye.
Dr. Merrick?
Yes.
Ms. Barnhart?
No.
Ms. Mason?
No.
Ms. Bradford?
No.
And Mr. Wilkborg?
All right, that motion does not carry. So
Madam Chair, what about E, stop on camera update, can that wait? Is it timely?
It can be timely, but basically, we've gathered some ordinances from other counties. I've called Mr. Boudreaux and scheduled a time.
So that was pretty much it right there.
There you go.
So
you could actually put it on for August and you tell us what Boudreaux said.
Sure.
So
all right.
I move that we move that out to August.
Second.
Okay.
Third.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
And
That
graduation's done? Or we need 1
passes.
minute for that?
And then the graduations, that cut us, let's see, 15 minutes. I mean, if you want to keep cutting.
No, just
So-
keep going through the.
So here's what we're going to do. So I'm going to kind of shorten the decorum discussion to be about max of 15 minutes, hopefully 10. So this was brought forward, and before we start, I know that this can be a sensitive topic, so I want to make sure that we are all remaining civil and respectful, and that we're not making accusations, that we're not making assertions or anything like that. So, and I will call out people if that does occur. But I know that this was a concern for several individuals, and so I wanted to make sure that we briefly discussed it. And it was brought to my attention by Ms. Bradford, so I am going to ask her to start.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Dr. Barnes is constantly reminding us, that our actions have consequences. and our words have consequences. And when I go to the county meetings, I see a level of decorum. When I come here, it's about half that. And I would like for us to have the same level of decorum as the county meetings have in our meetings. No one would dare get away with standing up and shouting from the back of the room in the middle of a county commission meeting because they'd be escorted out. We got to the edge of chaos just 6 weeks ago, and I don't want to ever go back there again. It was traumatizing for some of the people in the audience. So that level of agitating people to support us in whatever we're trying to put forward, I would like to see that, and all of the support by all the rhetoric that's out there on the social media to drum up. It's destroying our school district. And we worked so hard from, July of last year until December to really, cross party lines and get along, and it just has eroded since December. And I want to go back to where we have meetings with decorum, and we have email and text with decorum, and what do we need to do to make that happen? And we have in policy a code of ethics, and people from time to time will say, oh, you don't abide by your policy. We violate our code of ethics every single week. Mm-hmm. One of those tenets is violated probably every other day. And why do we have policy if we're not going to uphold it? Let's just abolish the ethics code and let it be, the Wild West. No, we need decorum. How do we attain that? Thank you, Madam Chair.
And in thinking about this, and then I'll, there's a few things that come to mind. We go back to it all the time, the board norms that we signed. And I think that it's really easy to kind of gloss over some of the things that we agreed to, but making sure that we're abiding by those. We did sign those, and while they're not a legal binding document, we did sign those, and we did put our names on those. And for me, I had, this is my laminated one that he gave me. But when I think about decorum for myself, when I think about whether I'm going to share an opinion on a public platform, whether it's social media, the news, elsewhere, what I do is I think of two things. I say to myself, will sharing my opinion serve or harm the students, staff, and families of this district? Because as board members, our goal is to strengthen the schools, not to weaken them. And does what I am about to say do that? Does that strengthen, or does it risk undermining? And then the second thing that I think of when I am posting anything, if I'm posting anything, because I very rarely do, is if my opinion might be considered controversial by some, is it worth the potential consequences, including the trust and morale of our staff and community? So we have a lot of very strong opinions on this board. We all got elected because we have these strong opinions, we have these passionate ideas of how we're going to help our kids and how we're going to help our staff. But when we disagree, it's important to weigh whether the point that we're making is worth the impact of what it's going to do to our schools. The community looks at us. We are the standard. We set the standard of this district. How we interact with each other, how we interact with community, how we interact on social media, in the media, it's absolutely going to impact what happens with our schools. We have to maintain professionalism. We have these differences of opinion, but we have to refrain from disparaging one another. We have to we have to honor the decisions of the board, whether we agree with them or not. I understand, because there are decisions that this board has made that I have absolutely disagreed with. I 100% understand that, but our role as now board members, we are not an individual, we are a board. And as a board, we have to communicate as a board. So what I am asking of the board members is to just continue to model integrity and unity, because my colleague is correct. We have had such an increase in our district morale this over the course of this past year. I don't want that to be messed up by somebody who may not have responded, may not have liked a decision that was made. And so then they responded. And I understand we are so passionate about our kids. We are so passionate about our kids, about our staff, about our schools. But we have to also maintain that level of integrity and being that example of what this district should, what we want our kids to do. If we don't want our kids to do it, we shouldn't be doing it either. So, Dr. Merrick.
Well, first of all, I want to agree with my colleagues that the way we treat each other, the way we present ourselves is incredibly important. I think it does show and does reflect on our schools. As you said, we're very passionate. And sometimes it's a person at the back of the room, speaking up out of line. But sometimes it's someone speaking from the dais too. And we have to understand that when, as a board, we make recommendations, or we pass a policy, or we decide to, let's just get to it. Let's talk about banning a book. When we do that, we inflame a huge number of people in the community. And for us to expect that they're not going to come out and make their thoughts known, that's short-sighted. And if we're going to work with the public, we have to invite them in, not shout them down. We have to say, thank you for sharing with us. So this idea that people coming to our meetings is an act of aggression, and I'm not sure that anyone said that, but that's what I got from it. I think we need to have the same level of respect for our public that we're asking us to have for each other. So when our public comes in and says, we are very unhappy with something you're doing, no matter which side, no matter who, I think we have to accept that and treat them with the level of decorum that we're asking ourselves to give to each other.
Mr. Wildebohr? And then Mr. Perry?
I would agree with my colleague over there. I think that that's true. We need to, that's why you think about it. When I started on the board, I'm going to do one of my little stories, but I won't take much time. But, we didn't have town halls. We heard from people for an hour, and that was it, in and out, and unfortunately, some of us, we listen, but we can't interact, and now we've actually opened the door a lot more on that. But I think it is really important, and I would agree with our chair that it is very important. I had a long discussion with one of our county commissioners the other day, and I will say that he was not very cheerful with me, and I'll leave it at that. But he also said, a lot of things that, well, you guys are always attacking, you are always attacking me on social media. And I said, Pete Wildebohr has never attacked you on social media. But it's the you of all of us. It's the board, members of the board are attacking county commissioners on social media. And, it's like a dear friend said at one time, those kind of things they impact. So when we do come back to our county commissioner partners and say, hey, we really need this. Well, you just attacked me on social media, and now you're going to come back and you're going to ask me for something. So I think we need to, not only to each other on the dais and to our public, but I think we also need to think about what's best for kids, and that should be the first and end of our story. And we need to think about is what we're going to say. Is this, as was just said, is this so important that I have to say this? And are we frustrated with some of the stuff? Absolutely. I think we all have a certain level of frustration. I was at the beginning of my time on the board, I was definitely in the minority. And so was I frustrated? Yes, I was. But I didn't go on social media and attack people or attack county commissioners or, I said what I said, but I didn't put it, out there. And, with this county commissioner, I said very clearly, I'm talking directly to you. We're talking man to man about this. And here's what we need. And the whole demeanor of the conversation changed from this attack and defense to, maybe we can work together. Maybe we can get the better things for your kids. Maybe we can work on these situations. So I think, even though we are frustrated at times, life brings us frustrations, absolutely. But we need to think about, are we moving forward as a board? Are we moving forward for our kids and our staff? I will say that. Or are we, or are we moving backwards because we want to have ourselves heard? And I think we really need to You know, when I used to preach, always talked about having a mirror and looking at yourself, myself, everybody else. Are we doing what's best for kids by doing this, that, or the other thing, or is it because we want to be heard and stamp our feet? I think that's really important.
All right, Mr. Perry?
Everybody knows me, I'm a big free speech guy, but, you know, so I think that people should be able to give us their feelings on the topic, but this is what they do out in the street and what they do out there protesting is that's their business, that's their First Amendment right, and they've got a right to, you know, also to petition their government, and it's also part of the First Amendment, but there's rules around that and decorum around that. And what happened at our last meeting with one of our speakers, who personally came out and pretty much attacked you Ms. Barnard for 2 minutes, was out of line. And there was nothing substantive about what that speaker was saying. Nothing that it was about a topic we disagreed about. No, it was a hit piece. And I think we need the chair, when we have instances like that, to simply just call these people out of order and shut them down, because there's nothing good. You know, I can hear all day about somebody who disagrees with me, and as long as they're talking about the issue, I might not like what they're saying, but as long as they're saying it respectfully, and they can be saying it passionately too, as long as they're on issue and it's not a personal assault, then I'm good with it. But otherwise, I think we need to shut some of this down.
Ms. Bradford, and I think we're close to time.
We have a point of order. It's in Robert's Rules of Order, and it's 4.40. Debate between ourselves. Debate has to be confined to the merits of the pending question. Speakers can only address their remarks to the chair, not to each other. Maintain a courteous tone, especially in reference to any divergence of opinion. Avoid interjecting a personal note or debate. So when we have in the past said, Madam Chair, point of order, then some board members have gotten just really, really outraged that we would do that, but we're following policy when we do it. And to address the statement my colleague just said, we also have in our policy that says a speaker has the right to stand on the street corner and say anything they want, but they can't come in here, our business meeting, and A, disrupt it, or B, say anything they want. And it also says they can't come in here and attack a staff member or a board member by name, listing all the crimes that they've committed. So from now on, I am going to call a point of order and say, Madam Chair, this speaker is violating our policy, and I'm going to ask her for a ruling. That's how a meeting goes. Can you imagine somebody doing that at the county commission? We were there twice in the last couple months. Can you imagine anybody doing that? No, it's a matter of setting the decorum and sticking to it. But we as a body can't then attack the board member who pointed out that this was happening, you know, because they liked what was being said. That violates decorum. And I'll be honest, 2 staff members have been insulted in live meetings this year, and I'm still ticked about it. Those apologies have not been made as far as I know. And how dare we attack our staff members in a public meeting, verbally, saying something negative about them, and expect to have a relationship with them. Just like Mr. Wildeboer said about the county commission. How can we go to them and say, hey, we need 42 positions funded. Hey, we need pre-K, when we were just saying what scum they were, you know, on our social media. So we have to bring decorum back into this thing. We have to.
And my apologies, Ms. Barnhart had not had the opportunity to speak, so I will allow.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was going to contribute nothing to this conversation, if I'm being very honest. And the unfortunate reality is we are in a growing state of violence in our society, specifically towards elected officials. And so I honestly love whenever we have varying viewpoints and we have discussions about things, because we're brainstorming, we're coming together about different ideas of things for the school system. Most of the stuff we agree on. When we're having conversations, there's a lot of agreement that we have, but when we disagree, what happens is on the back and calling out on the political vendetta. And that is what creates targets. And I'm getting
choked up about this because we just had a bomb threat where they had to evacuate during an active county commissioners meeting. I reached out to every single one of our county commissioners. Did not matter the party affiliation, because I thanked them for their service and understand that political hatred is real. I'm not going to discount that. I'm not going to sugarcoat it. People were assassinated in Minnesota a few weeks ago for it. So, coming from this conversation, what I would like to state is from this dais, there has been political motive attacks and insults from different board members for different things. Whether you agree or disagree, we have to be very careful about creating targets. And I was shared a video at a rally where one board member said, "I'm mad as hell and I'm not going to take it anymore. You should show up and share out." And it's imperative that we are not inciting violence towards one another.
Ms. Barnhart, I'm going to pause you. We will have to be very careful about pointing fingers at anybody at this point. I understand what you're saying, but I'm going to ask you not to direct.
I apologize. Inciting violence towards any one of us is dangerous. We live in this community. We love these kids. We have worked to increase our ADM per students of how much money we receive year after year since I was elected in 2022. We have decreased our failing schools from 13 to 6. We have a proficiency rate goal of 90% reading on third grade level, and we are getting there. The reality is there has been times I've sat in the seat that I have been shared the hatred for when we're supporting our staff, and I can't share all the information because it's part of my job. I get access to things that the public does not get access to. And what I constantly and reiterate saying, I can't share the whole story with you, but all I can tell you is I'm going to make the best decisions with all the information I have at any given time. Does that agree with everyone in this room? It does not. It will not. But the thing that I try to come at every single time is to maintain respect and dignity. And I will say, this woman to my left was elected to the chairmanship of this board. And it is her job to guide us and facilitate us when we have issues that are going on. And the amount of times that I have helped in assisting and trying to make sure that her job is running smoothly based on conversations and things that are happening behind the scenes is just really sad for me. Because I know that we have good opinions from varying backgrounds of how we can do great things for our kids and for our staff. So I know that I'm at time, and I apologize for that. Leaving this conversation, my goal is on and off the dais. I'm going to continue those conversations to make good quality impact. I understand we're not going to agree on everything, but I think we need to be careful not to incite violence while doing so. Thank you.
We are at time.
But I do believe that I have a right to make a statement based on the last.
Well, I stopped her from continuing that, and so I'm going to, because we only have a half an hour, and there is some, we absolutely need to be able to discuss the pre-K budget, and I understand what you're saying, and I respect your desire to do so, but I'm going to have to just keep going. I'm sorry.
Okay.
So, sir, this is where decorum comes in.
It does.
So, recommendations for graduation ceremonies.
As one of the people that sat outside on Saturday morning in a black robe, this is a difficult situation. Obviously, I looked at using Trask Coliseum earlier this year. Trask Coliseum was just cost prohibitive in the same year that we had to cut 300 staff members from our budget. It wasn't good, it just wasn't fiscally responsible. However, we had wonderful graduations, all 4 of them, wonderful graduations, just so meaningful. All 8 of our graduations were just great. The 4 that were outside, however, I'm concerned about the number of families that needed medical attention. And one woman very nicely said it was really hard to hear my daughter's name called when the lady behind me was getting medical attention for being overheated. We have to acknowledge that we're talking about North Carolina in June. I just wanted to let you guys know it's not really for a vote because it's operational, but I am going to be re-engaging with UNCW to find a way to bring us back to Trask Coliseum for the 4 traditional high school graduations. More to come. I just wanted you to know which direction I was running, simply because I don't think I can ignore just that level of concern from the public. Thank you.
One comment. Yesterday I spoke to Principal Madden, and not only was he sitting there with us, he didn't take the ice, he wouldn't drink the water, he had the tie on, he had this thing, and he said he had to go home like I did and sit in the, he said he slept all afternoon, but I really thought he was going to have heat stroke right there in front of us. And so as lovely as outside graduations are, and people will complain if we go inside, and I don't want to go inside, but I don't want to ever have to do back-to-back in that heat again and then have to lose the whole day and feel bad for 2 days.
And I think really, if we're focusing, what is the value? We want to make sure people are safe and able to watch their kids, grandkids, family members, friends, able to graduate. It's a big accomplishment, and we want everybody to be able to be in a healthy, safe place.
They can have less people go with them, and that will be a complaint.
Yes.
Instead of outside, but
there will be reduced numbers, but
have to do
people will be safer.
Trask Coliseum they will not restrict tickets. There are a lot of tickets. There's a lot of space.
Oh, cool.
I also talked with the high school principals prior to bringing this to you folks, and we will work to make sure that event is as special as it is, individualized for each school.
So, Dr. Merrick, super fast.
Have we considered outdoors under the lights?
We did, we have before. The problem that we run into is almost every year, surprisingly this year we didn't, it's a 50% chance of rain every evening. And then what you've got is families who brought family from all over to come to graduation suddenly go from 10 tickets to 2.
Right.
And so being a high school principal, that threat of rain every year is just too much.
Mr. Perry.
Very quickly, any other convention center, any other venues that we could use in Trask as a walk-in?
We looked, not for the number that we got. We graduated 549 at Hoggard and even more than that at Laney. And there's just no place that fits 5,000 people, except for the Trask Coliseum.
All right, because we are at 5:32 and that I want to make sure that we have enough for the pre-K budget update, I'm going to discontinue all of this other conversation at 5:45. I'm letting everybody know now. The next item on the agenda is the curriculum committee. They met last night, and it was well-run meeting. Dr. Hamilton can run any meeting she wants for me. She was right on point. But I kind of wanted to share with the board the recommendations, but also a little bit of the background for anybody that wasn't there, because I do know that there were a couple members here that were not there. So when we met, the committee was given 3 options for consideration. So I'll share those options, and then what I will do is share a little bit of some of the survey that they had done, just so that the board can have some of that information as well. So the questions for consideration and recommendation were: 1, to maintain the ban on stamped as an instructional resource in AP English language and composition classes while maintaining access in high school libraries. 2, lift the ban on stamped as an instructional resource in AP English language and composition classes and rely on the teachers to be the educational experts in their classrooms, with a restriction that other materials of the teacher's choice are selected to balance stamped. And 3, lift the ban on stamped as an instructional resource in AP English language and composition classes without other limiting restrictions, relying on the teachers to be the educational experts in their classroom. Things that were noted just briefly by some of the members of the committee were concerns about the AP designation, and under number 3 of AP, what AP stands for, it says AP opposes censorship. AP is animated by a deep respect for the intellectual freedom of teachers and students alike. If a school bans required topics from their AP courses, the AP program removes the AP designation from that course and its inclusion in the AP course ledger provided to colleges and universities. And that was a concern that was cited by a couple individuals on the committee. As far as the survey that was taken, it was given to 5 of our AP English teachers. 4 participated in it. And so there were hang on, 7 questions. I'm not going to go through all of them, but it said, because Ms. Hamilton, she did a great job. But, so the first question was, did you use the book stamped in your classroom prior to the Board of Ed's decision to temporarily remove it? And of the 4 that responded, 1 said yes and 3 said no. Number 2, would the reinstatement of the book stamped enhance the quality of your AP language course and or increase student access to depth of knowledge needed for this AP course? 3 said yes, 1 said no. The committee asked for recommendations or what they used. Actually, when the request for reconsideration was filed, the book stamped was used to teach rhetorical skills. Can you please list other books you used to address these skills in your class? And so some things listed were Enrique's Journey, Killers of the Flower Moon. One teacher said that they used Speeches, Frederick Douglass, Man's Search for Meaning, and Blood Done Sign My Name. So those were some of the things that had been brought forward by the 3 individuals that responded to that question. They also had some recommendations that were given. So the board voted that stamped would be removed until they update their policies with the addition of a balanced book. And do you have suggestions for books for the board to consider? Some that were suggested were The New Jim Crow by Michelle Alexander, 400 Souls by Ibram X. Kendi and Ashley Ford, The Half Has Never Been Told by Edward E. Baptist, Blue Highways by William Lease Heat Moon, A People's History of the United States by Howard Zinn, and Strangers in Their Own Land by Alexis Coe. I guess I am going to go through all of them. And then the committee itself offered some alternatives. Well, I don't necessarily know if it was the committee or if it was the district recommended some alternatives to the book and asked if any of those would be considered balanced by these teachers. 1 indicated that Educated by Westover would. 1 indicated that Democracy in America by de Tocqueville would, and 2 recommended that Long Walk to Freedom by Mandela would. If the book, number 6, if the book stamped or reinstated with the addition of a balanced book, would you use it in your class? 1 said definitively yes. 1 said definitively no. 1 said maybe, it depends on the additional book. And another said maybe, depends on whether 2 books would fit into pacing for that unit of study. So those were the findings of the survey. A vote was done, and the recommendation from the curriculum committee was 7-2 to lift the ban on stamped as an instructional resource in AP English language and composition classes without other limiting restrictions, relying on the teachers to be the educational experts in their classrooms. So that was the recommendation of the curriculum committee. Mr. Wildmore. I'm good, sorry.
I wrote down a couple things here as we decided we're going to discuss this today. As I remember, the charge request directive from the Board of Education to the system was to bring the board a book that balanced the book in question. It seems that somehow that directive was lost. The curriculum committee was, I was told, came up with 3 options. Again, you just listed us, so regurgitate those again. But I don't think we've had, we were supposed to get a balancing book. I didn't hear that in Ms. Mason's discussion here. I do also want to mention that, as I shared with the superintendent today, that a vote was taken which did not follow policy nor precedent. In my opinion, Ms. Bradford was allowed to vote during her time on the curriculum committee for the last 2 years. That was the precedent. That was not followed. According to policy 2230, subsection 4, the committee is made up of teachers, principals, district leadership, and 1 Board of Education member. But no one on the Board of Education was given a vote yesterday. I think that it violates our policy. I was on the Educator of the Year, right below the Curriculum Committee, and both Ms. Bradford and I did get a vote on that. I was also on the Turnaround Task Force, where I also got a vote. So I don't believe that all our policies were followed yesterday. I think there was a violation, and as the superintendent and I shared, there may be some gray area in that, but precedent was set for the last 2 years or before, and I wish Ms. Justice was here. We get asked if she had a vote before that, but I don't think that, a 7-2 vote, and so one vote wouldn't have made a whole bunch of difference. But I think we have a policy and we need to follow it, and once again, we haven't done that. So I am concerned about that.
Just so that we're aware, there are about 5 more minutes left in this discussion, and we do still have the NCDPI testing and technical issues. Ms. Bradford.
A couple points of order on that. This board voted, as a majority to add 3 board members to that committee sometime back in the last couple of months. So as it was presented, there was only 1 person here, and they didn't have a vote, when actually there were 3 board members that should have had a vote. Number 2, and I don't mean to inflame, but all of the survey and all of the conversation, even the agenda talked about banning. We never banned anything. This school board has never banned anything. So that to me was a problem. Federal dollars for CRT and books that go on and about racism and, anti-white, anti-capitalism and so on. We risk those federal dollars. So with that said, I move to not reinstate stamped into the district core content, but leave it in the high school libraries.
Is there a second to that? Okay. Discussion. We have Dr. Barrick, and again, we have 4 minutes. So Dr. Merrick and Mr. Perry.
We could argue about the definition of banning, but when a teacher is not allowed to use a book, that's a ban. Even if, and we're supposed to have 1, and I remember, I might be wrong, but I remember that we were going to put 1 other person on there, we'd have 2, and so somehow we had 3 board members up there. I know that when I'm on the ACES committee, I do not vote. Advisory councils, I understood it, that the advisory councils, the board member is there, but they do not vote. Even if all 3, which I think we're only supposed to have 2, even if all 3 board members had voted in the negative, it would not have offset the number of experts, educators, who understand the law, who understand what our children need, and they told us in no uncertain terms, let teachers teach. So I think it is a ban. I think it's inappropriate when we talk about decorum. When we treat our teachers and our public this way, to me, that's a breach of decorum. So I will not be supporting this board to continue with any book banning and overriding the schools committee, the districts committee, and now to overrule our curriculum committee. I think it's a darn shame. And I think y'all ought to be looking at yourself and saying, do we know more than our educators? Do we know more than our public? What are we trying to do?
Mr. Perry, we have 2 minutes.
I think I agree with Mr. Webb. I thought the whole purpose of sending it to the curriculum committee was for us to get a balanced approach, and that seemed to got lost somewhere in the translation here. We didn't get that. I hear this about, I don't even know why this is part of a language rhetoric thing for AP. I see no value in it. I see no value in using a very divisive ideology and using it to teach rhetoric. If I could see us talking about the ideas and concepts that are in the stamp book in a balanced way, perhaps in an AP history, or part of a AP social studies things, where we're talking about diverse ideologies and current events. But this is not this. And this is not what, this just seems like a kind of veiled attempt to kind of do an end around and just show one side of the picture to our students. So I'm going to be for this for now, especially for this school year. If somebody wants to come back next year, we can talk about it then, but for now, I'm done with it. So.
All right. We have 1 minute, and I'm going to utilize that minute for us to vote on the motion that was put forward, and that was to
Not reinstate stamped in district course content, leave it in the high school libraries.
Okay. Sure.
Sorry.
You're fine.
It's my fault about the voting thing. I think what I'd like to do is work with you in policy to make sure we definitively delineate this. It was written in the agenda that the purpose had been used from years and years past. However, that is my fault that the voting issue didn't happen the way it was. I think we also want to clear up in the curriculum committee in the policy that it says one board member. We want to change that to be the accurate number as well. So that was my bad. I apologize.
You're fine. Ms. Bowie, will you call the roll? There was a motion to, again, Ms. Bradford, can you state it? Sorry.
Not reinstate stamped into district course content, but leave it in the high school libraries.
Okay, Ms. Bowie, will you call the roll?
Ms. Mason,
Yes.
Ms. Barnhart,
Yes.
Ms. Bradford,
Yes.
Mr. Wildebohr,
Yes.
Dr. Merrick,
No.
and Mr. Perry.
Yes.
All right, that passes 5-1. Very briefly, I'm going to make a motion that we, well, Mr. Perry, super fast, you put the testing technical issues on here. Did you want to make a motion about the letter that Dr. Brown?
Yes, I had an opportunity to read the letter. I think we should endorse the letter.
So we need,
Make a motion to
I'd
endorse.
like to make a motion for us to endorse the
Thank
letter.
you. Second. All right. No discussion. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That passes 6-0. You're up. You have 14 minutes.
You're going to have to go through a little bit of exposition, so I'm sorry to bring you guys backwards to go forwards, but this is too critical to not make sure I explain it soup to nuts all the way through, okay? 2 weeks ago, this coming Thursday, the county commissioners did put forth a budget that had significant changes for the school system per se. So I wanted to make sure I've addressed a couple of those and my recommendation for moving forward. The two biggest, there were sort of three hits. The one was 6 pre-K classrooms, which equates to 12 teachers, 108 kids. They shifted back to their pre-COVID number of pre-K classrooms that they were supporting from the county commissioners. Now, it's very complex. We get money from the state, we get money from the endowment, we get money from the local government to fund preschool. Preschool is not a state requirement, however, we see the value in pre-K. The other thing that they have addressed is a school nurse funding formula. Now, the complexity with that is our school nurses come through a cooperative agreement with the health department. So we're still looking for a little more guidance on that per se. The third thing is they had talked about a pilot for a cooperative agreement with the Department of Social Services to address chronic absenteeism. That pilot program has been put off as well. So I don't have the information about the nursing part yet. I want to just underline how critical our school nurses are in the hundreds of our students that have health plans that enable them to come to school full-time because we have a nurse on site. However, the focus of this conversation is really going to be about pre-K. So, we got the news on Thursday. On Monday morning, I sat down with the collaborative team with all the 3 pre-K directors, Shannon Smiles, and members of the senior staff. And we focused our conversation on, okay, what do we do now? I asked them to start with establishing what our non-negotiable requirements are, and these are in descending order of importance. The first thing first is we have committed to 540 families, starting in April, that they had a pre-K spot. Those families make decisions. They cancel childcare. We have to make sure we're honoring those 540 slots that we've already promised to families. Now, that may not be 540 come August. Parents drift, they leave a little bit, maybe 510, 520, but we have to make sure those slots that we've already promised are open and available to families. The second in descending order is to try to minimize disruption to staff and families. This district cut over 300 staff members a year ago. That impacts our culture. That impacts on who we are. And minimizing disruptions is part of building culture in the school system. So that's number 2. Number 3 is we have to make decisions that are financially sustainable and are also soluble in the long term. We have to be making long-range, good financial decisions. And the fourth thing is I don't want to invalidate relationships with the county commissioners, with the endowment, with the community. We have to maintain good relationships with everybody. Okay, so those are our 4 non-negotiables. Now, we talked about a lot of different solutions, and I'm going to give you several of them, but at the end of that, I am going to give you a couple of recommendations. I'm also going to ask you guys not to make a decision about this today. I want to make sure there's time for our public to be involved in the decision-making process. I want to make sure we're communicating transparently. So I would ask that you take this information in today, and then we do a vote on it in July. All right, everybody ready? Okay. So there's about seven solutions that we've come up with. Solution number 1 is stop pre-K transportation and shift that money towards refilling classroom slots. Option 2, return to the county commissioners and say, we can't do it, we need those slots back. It's just too much to do all at once. Number 3, we can turn toward the endowment to ask them to make up the deficit in our funding. Number 4, we could further deplete our fund balance by carrying those positions another year using our fund balance money. 5, we can begin to try to offer paid slots to families who don't qualify for pre-K and try to use that money to offset the loss of classroom slots. Number 6, and this is going to be a little complex as well. Every year we have Title I money, which comes from the federal government. We estimate how much money we're going to use in a year, and at the end of the year, we always have a little bit of money left over and called carryover money. It didn't spend as much as you thought. That person quit in March and they didn't get rehired until the end of the year, so there's money savings there. There's always a little bit of money in what's called carryover, and you use that money to help start off the next year. In addition, we have seen an increase in our Title I funding for next year from the federal government. We have already allotted about $530,000 of that money, not given to schools yet, but told the schools that money is coming. I can pull that money back and refund the deficit in our pre-K classrooms. About $530,000. That combined with some carryover money would cover the distance in the money that we lost. And then number 7 is there is enough space at Johnson that you can literally just pick up Howe, and logistically it's a nightmare, but what you could do is pick up Howe and relocate it to Johnson. Now that would mean that those kids would get transported to Johnson instead of Howe, but we've come up with a way for those to be 2 separate pre-K centers living in the same space together. Okay? You would then think about the option of selling that land and selling that building, using that money, and I would recommend that you split it in a couple of ways. One, you put money back into your fund balance so that we don't have to do this kind of thing again. And then you spend part of that money to begin retrofitting other elementary schools to be pre-K compatible. Now, let me go back through those and tell you my concerns with each one of those before I tell you my recommendations. Everybody up to speed so far?
Yes.
We need a break. You good?
Good.
All right.
Can I pause you real quick?
Oh, boy.
How long do you need?
I can be done in 5 minutes?
Okay.
Okay. I'll just be quick. I'm not stopping pre-K transportation. Those are our neediest children. And as inconvenient and costly as it is, I don't think that's fair to children. That's 1. 2, I'm reluctant to look, 2 and 3, I'm reluctant to look at an external solution to an internal problem. The Head Start grant was a significant loss in our county of $5 million a year. Correct? About $5 million a year? That's something that as a district we have to own. I don't think we would see this level of just concern if we still had that money coming in.
Yeah.
I'm reluctant either to go to the endowment or to the commissioners to ask them to solve a problem that we have the potential to solve internally on our own. So that takes care of 2 and 3. I would not recommend that it's a fiscally responsible solution to use your fund balance to offset this pre-K solution because it doesn't solve the problem. It just kicks the problem down a year. The paid slots to family, I like it, but I'm going to tell you it's going to take a year for us to get that up and running. My recommendation would be to do that next year and further start solving the problem. Now, I will tell you, primarily parents want their pre-K students to go to school where their elementary school students go. By and large, parents first request to be embedded inside their elementary school. The way the pre-K system is set up, it is set up expecting you to have your pre-Ks underneath the umbrella of your elementary schools. So you have a couple of solutions, 6 and 7 are left. One is using Title I funding to cover the gap, knowing that we'll be back here a year from now having the same conversation again. The 7th is to look at consolidating how. Now, the question of how is part of that. Okay, there's a lot of conversation logistically that would need to happen to make that choice happen. However, I will tell you that if you want me to increase pre-K slots in the next 5 years, the best and most financially responsible way to do it is to embed them inside of our elementary schools. Now, 5 years from now, we're going to try, 4 years from now, we're going to get that Head Start grant back, okay? And we may never close all of our pre-K centers because the idea is to increase, right? However, at this point in time, the amount of overhead, and I asked Ashley to run this number, if we do close Howe, what amount of money does that save the district?
Including utilities and some positions that we would be able, through attrition, to let go is about $255,000.
Does that include the nutrition, school
That
nutrition
does
stuff?
include nutrition.
It does?
It does include nutrition.
So about 255,000 of that number, of that 975 that the county is reducing, we'll start seeing that money coming back every year. However, there are a couple of other variables. Logistically, I've got the people to make that happen. So I don't think this needs to be a logistical decision. However, it is an emotional decision for people. Closing a place where they live, closing a place where they care about kids, that's a big step for you as a board to consider. However, when I think about minimizing the disruption to families and to parents, Howe and Johnson are about 2.5 miles away from each other. This would allow the same people doing the job at Howe to still do the same job at Johnson. I don't have to change their job title, I don't have to change their salary, I don't have to change that, I just change where they work. However, that's a significant event for everyone, which is why I want you to be thinking about these two options as we go forward. The other variable I want you to consider is that Mary Washington Howe is a very significant member of our community. She was a civil rights leader. She was the first female principal at Williston Primary School. And I would encourage you to think about renaming a current building with her name, because I do not want to lose the legacy of the work that she's done. So there's a lot for you to think about. I wanted you to, and I've already shared this message with our principals. I've shared it with the pre-K staff as well. We've met twice with our pre-K directors to talk about the potentiality of this. So for you guys really do have 7 choices that you can pick from. My recommendation for you is to either look at 6 or 7 of the numbers that I told you. And I think that knowing that I'm trying to make decisions that fit all 4 of those variables, which are maintaining relationships, fiscally responsible thinking, and minimizing disruptions. That's what I've got.
We have 1 minute. So I'm going to make a motion to extend for 2 minutes, 5 minutes?
Yes.
5 minutes.
Second step.
Okay, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes. Ms. Bradford, and then Dr. Barrett.
7's lovely. Can we not do 5, 6, and 7 in some sort of combination?
Closing a building halfway doesn't really.
Oh, no. I meant do 7, do 6, and do 5. Okay, because you said offer paid slots, so we could do that. take the Title IX money, Title I money, and do the carryover and add that to the money that would, from consolidating Howe.
So Solution 7 on closing Howe takes the money that we save from the overhead, combines it with our Title I carryover from
Yes.
this year,
Okay.
but doesn't impact the money that we have already kind of earmarked to go to other Title I schools
Okay.
for next year.
Okay.
Ashley, did I say that correctly?
That is correct, and I do have a revised Title I carryover number, and with that revised carryover from Title I plus the $255,000 that we talked about with the closing of Howe, we're going to be to the good. The estimate's about $4,600. So
We slid that right in, didn't we?
about
Yeah.
$4,600 to the good by doing those two things.
Awesome.
It also hopefully allows us to maintain 540 slots, which means if some kids don't show up, we can still work on that waiting list as well.
Dr. Merrick?
The question I have around number 6, taking Title I money and putting it over here, what Title I expenditures would we then be losing if we reattributed it, right?
So we do an initial allocation for all the schools with what we expect their Title I money to be for the upcoming year, because they need to plan, they need to staff their schools, they need to do all this stuff. The number that we designated them is usually 15% less than they have the year before, because we always want to build in a little bit of fudge. The preliminary numbers we got were higher than we expected by about $1 million. So you have to set aside money for different things based on the federal law, but that was going to push about $530,000 extra dollars to be allocated across our 21 Title I schools. Now, that money is earmarked but not given. The principals know that it might be coming, but I haven't given them a check yet, right? So it would impact on the amount of money that those Title I schools would expect. By and large, they're already getting equal to what they had this year.
Ms. Barnhart and then Mr. Perry, we have 3 minutes.
Find out what the capacity and space, so if we were to pick up and relocate to be at Johnson, how many rooms would still be accessible, i.e. how much more could we grow their pre-K program there, or would we be at capacity for that?
You would pretty much fill up Johnson.
Okay, but it's my understanding, so it would be, the directors would keep their positions, so you're not merging, okay.
Right.
All right.
At least at this point in time, because honestly, if you merged them, you would need to also pay for an assistant principal because their numbers would be high enough that
Right.
you would require. So this would allow us to operate both within.
Okay.
What you still have is room at Freeman. The elementary schools that we currently have that are pre-K
But we moved them
compliant.
out of Freeman to,
Correct.
Yeah.
But there are rooms at Freeman.
okay.
Freeman, Wrightsboro, Murrayville, Castle Hayne.
Carolina Beach.
I don't know, I don't think so.
No.
Those are the ones that, I think those are the ones, what, did I forget Eaton? Blair, thank you, Blair.
No, I mean, there's room there.
Mr. Perry?
I just want to commend you for this idea, and I think it's a good long-term idea. From what I've been hearing, is that our parents actually want their pre-K kids going to the same place as their elementary kids. So hopefully, you'll be able to not just fix it for this year, this coming school year, but it'll be part of an overall bigger plan to start moving all of our pre-K into elementary. So I commend you for it.
It's a difficult decision for the board to make. I just want to make sure I'm giving you the best guidance that I can.
Mr. Wildebohr, close us out, sir.
And two real quick points. One, because when I was at North Opsal, we actually had 3 pre-K classrooms, so it was a great model, worked well. There was a lot of great interaction and support for the pre-K program, so I thought that's excellent. And secondly, I think your idea of keeping the Howe name alive and out there is really, really important. So I appreciate you looking into that aspect of it too. Thank you, sir.
Any idea what the land value would be that we could put into fund balance and the other option that you said?
The current tax value of that school is $3.5 million. That doesn't mean that's what it would sell for. That's just the tax value.
Motion to adjourn.
Second. All right, any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
Aye.
We are adjourned.